So that's why we think now is the right time to be striking the knockout blow, to dismantle the complicity of Hodge. Clamping down on secrecy in the economy and moving a charge against kleptocrats is exactly the kind of intervention that could furnish post-Brexit Britain's reputation on the new multipolar world stage. And the UK's key position in transnational kleptocracy doesn't mean that we're not looking to do this. It means we're precisely the people to do this, because we're in a position to cast that blow on the gross of trade. And that's why we think that London can go from global money laundering capital to the anti-corruption capital club. We at IPPR, so programs both on strengthening democracy and also on progressive international policy, which we recently launched. And we're thinking hard about how we can best contribute to the anti-corruption agenda. And what we're really hoping is that discussions today and new conversations today inform our plans on it. And we're also hoping that it will spark ideas amongst you all. I know that lots of people in the room know each other already. Many of you also work on kind of adjacent and broader topics. So hopefully there'll be a good mix of conversations. We've got time for breaks for that to happen. Before we kick off, I want to give a special thanks to Charles Davidson, who's in the audience, who is a leading expert in illicit finance, and he is co-founder of the think tank Global Financial Integrity and former exec director of the Kleptocracy Initiative in the US. And Charles has really made this brilliant gathering possible with both his support and expertise. So a huge thank you to Charles. But first, to open the conference and remind us of the urgency and importance of today's topic, we have a video to share. And this is a video from Alexander Nareshko. Alexander is a member of the Ukrainian Parliament and he's chair of its Foreign Affairs Committee. So please take a moment to watch the video.
It's a pleasure to address you. As you know, Ukraine, our armies heroically fighting against one of the biggest dictatorships in the world. But this dictatorship is not only a terrorist regime fighting ruthless, cruel war against Ukraine, against our people, against our civilians. It's also a kleptocratic regime. We should understand the simple truth, which is about the essence of this kleptocracy in Russia. The truth is that Russia is waging hybrid war, not only against Ukraine, but also all the West, all democratic states in the world, including the United Kingdom, of course. And in this hybrid war, corruption is one of the tools, one of the instruments with the help of each Russia is waging war. That's why it's so dangerous for the future of democracy and free world. Of course, we appreciate everything what is being done by the United Kingdom in support of also our struggle against kleptocracy and against corruption. At the same time, we would appreciate more progress in the United Kingdom in the struggle against dirty Russian money, because Russia is trying to use its financial resources not only against us, but also in your free democratic society. That's why it's crucially important not only to freeze Russian money, including money of Russian oligarchs for financing war against Ukraine, but also to confiscate this money and to transfer it to Ukraine. This decision would be completely in line with justice and international law. As for Ukraine, we are talking very often that we are waging war on two fronts. External front against Russia, against the aggressive state, and internal front, which is a struggle against corruption inside the country. We understand that the future of our democracy depends on how successful we are in our struggle against corruption. And we are already making progress, making success. For instance, we have managed to create a reliable anti-corruption infrastructure, which helps us to combat corruption inside the country. And also, which is very important, our parliament has adopted legislation aimed at removing impunity. Now, in our country, no one is above the law when it comes to corruption, struggle against corruption, which is a good sign, and it's part of our path towards NATO membership and towards full-fledged EU membership also. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the people of the United Kingdom, to your government for supporting us in our struggle. And of course, I would like to wish the best, very fruitful discussions for the participants of this important conference. Thank you for your attention.
Our first panel leads on from that, and it's called Beyond the Cover of War, from Defanging to Dismantling the UK's Complicity with Kleptocracy. If I could welcome our panelists up to join me on the stage. So in this panel, we are going to be digging into how we can build on recent policy progress to ramp up the fight against kleptocracy. As I just remarked, although we have made historic progress, there is still some way to go, and so we can't take our eye off that ball. But simply, what would it take to go from defanging to dismantling the UK's complicity with kleptocracy writ large? With us today, we have a fantastic panel. So we have Nigel Mills, who is Conservative MP for Amber Valley since 2010 and co-chair of the APPG on anti-corruption and responsible tax. Nigel. On my left, we have John Penrose, who is Conservative MP for Western-super-Mare since 2005 and the Prime Minister's anti-corruption champion at the Home Office from 2017 to 2022. Oliver Bullough is award-winning investigative journalist specialising in the area of corruption and author of Moneyland: Why Thieves and Crooks Now Rule the World and How to Take It Back. Susan Hawley, Dr. Susan Hawley, sorry, founder and executive director of Spotlight on Corruption, which highlights corruption and campaigns to improve the UK's legal systems. And finally, Dr. Nizzero, who is Research Fellow at the Centre for Finance and Security at RUSI, and an expert on UK, EU and global financial crime, as well as policy dimension of illicit finance. So a fantastic array of expertise in the room. Each of our speakers is going to open with some remarks, and then we'll open it up to discussion. So do please be preparing your questions in advance. But I'd like to start with Nigel.
Carys, thank you. Thank you for the invite. It's a pleasure to be here. Can I just say, John and I have been involved in this we've somehow been offended by something, but there might be a vote at some point. So if you see us charging out here with a panic, that's what's happening. And I would certainly welcome, and I know the IPPR said get involved in this field, but more people on working on this area. I know you've got some real background that really help with this work. I feel slightly embarrassed on this panel, so I think I'm the least expert on here, so maybe I shouldn't speak for very long on what we can do. But so the thoughts I'd like to say then, if we really want to move from the progress we've made in the last couple of years to really stamping this out, the sort of things we need to do, firstly, we actually, as a country, we really do want to do it. At times we talk about wanting to do it, and of course we do, but is it really a priority? If we really want to drive this, it has to be a clear government priority that is pushed down through the system, and everybody who is working in this field knows it is something that we do want to happen. And all too often you get a bit of, but what about the health of the city, or what about our recognition of investments, or what about how we attract we can't go too far on this, we might not be so attractive. And we have to be very clear that rooting out corrupt money is not antipathetic to having a healthy, clean financial sector. I would argue those two are absolutely the two sides of the same coin. If you don't have form, you won't have them for very long. We really should do this. So if you do really want to do it, the second question is, do we have in place all the powers and the legislation, everything we need to do this? I would argue we quite possibly do now. You can always find the odd gap here and there. But I suspect the bigger problem we have is we've not actually effectively used all the powers that we do have. And I would probably urge the government, whoever it is after the election, to focus on actually properly implementing and using the powers they've taken, not just collecting more that they never actually use. And that's tricky for a politician because we all have big high profile debates and say, look, we've introduced this new power, we've got an even bigger stick now. Great, and 5 years later, you ask how many times it's been used and they tried it once, didn't work, get it on. As we've seen against explaining household, I mean, it absolutely perfect, but are we actually using it? So that'll be the other thing. So the final question is, are we actually resourcing the authorities we've got to use the powers we're giving them sufficiently that we can really make a difference here? Because if you really want to deter this money from coming, it's not possible to prevent every pound. You need to deter, and the way you deter is that people think if they try and bring their money here, it may well get stopped. And even if they get it here, it'll get found, somebody will find it through the various transparency processes we have. That could be hugely embarrassing for them, or the money will get taken from them because we can prove they should never live in the first place. So you need to put in place some risk and some jeopardy to say the UK is not a jurisdiction you want to put this in. At the moment, we're a very attractive jurisdiction because it's a great place to be. Once your money is here, it's safe. We don't just arbitrarily get people for no reason. We need to kind of make clear there's a lot of risk to it here. But for a lot of these people, you know, if they're discovered by their home countries to have several tens of millions or more of assets they can't explain, that could literally be a matter of life and death. But they don't want transparency. They don't want it to be known they've got hugely valuable London properties that they can't really explain how they've got. So if we can get a regime which has the right powers, has enforcement people with the resources they need to do this job, and we can show that we are really serious about enforcing it. And if you get it here, there's a fair chance you will get caught, you'll lose the money and will be embarrassed. Then I think we can't.
Thank you very much, Nigel, because we completely understand that we need to focus at some point about. John, over to you.
Well, thank you, guys. And I firstly, can I say congratulations to IPPR, because I think this is a really good way to frame the debate. And because we have this, you know, enviable position paying close to one of the top 2 or 3 wholesale money markets on the planet. Yes, it puts us in a position of enhanced risk. It also creates the most amazing opportunity to take the lead in solving this problem too. So kudos to you for having sort of framed it in this way, absolutely the right way, I think, to think about it. And I also echo what Nigel said about you know, none of us, I'm sure none of us in this room will, but others might have truck with the notion that you don't want to sort of be too rough on dirty money because it might harm that financial sector. Actually, as Nigel said, there's far more good money than bad, and you burnish your reputation by being as tight as possible and as clean as possible, and that enhances your ability to do business. So both of those things I'm totally with. I also echo his points about enforcement gap. It's all very well having powers, but we need to resource our law enforcement, particularly our financial law enforcement capabilities, very dramatically more. And there is, and that goes for everything from enablers, that's lawyers and accountants and bankers, etc., all the way on through. I think that's one of the things where, again, we can lead the way, perhaps by upgrading or something, and see the global term in financial terms, at least in the heads and spikes, by bringing forward successful cases. As well. And one of them is we've already been relatively forward-leaning on beneficial ownership transparency. I think that is something which has a great deal further to run, and we need to make it ubiquitous and international, because there are huge network effects. The more I can follow the money around the world, the harder it is for anybody to hide it anywhere, including here. And so therefore that is something which is one of the most cost-effective mechanisms for many countries, and those network effects are really, really valuable. So we should certainly continue to be forward-leading on that. The other one I also suggest, and it isn't always terribly popular in the UK, but I think it's sort of terribly fashionable in the UK, but I think it matters, is the proposals for an international anti-corruption court. It just strikes me that if we can't have something along those lines, the culture of impunity internationally will continue. And what we have at the moment, things like international law of justice, international criminal law, those don't really cut it when it comes to corruption and help them bang on the nose. And I think that we could do a great deal by getting ourselves into the forefront, into the vanguard of people doing the thought leadership, creating the draft treaties that will be necessary and so forth. I think we could do a really great service in this area. We could. And the final point I make is, of course, corruption is a great deal broader than just laundering and kleptocrats, and those are vitally important. They're international, but they aren't the only thing in town. There are a number of other things which this country needs to do domestically in order to make sure that we are sort of looking before eating our own cooking, choose your metaphor. And that's things like implementing some of the recommendations which have already been accepted as government policy, like the Warden Review, for example, getting ministers to sign deeds to make sure they can abide by the recommendations of APPG and so on and so forth. There are a series of other things which are not so much to do with kleptocrats, but nonetheless will matter from the point of view of this country's broader reputation. And because we've already said we're going to do them, I can't see any reason why we shouldn't get on and talk about them.
I'm glad we got straight into the ideas for change as well. Oliver, over to you.
Thank you. Just drawing off about the title of this event is from defanging to dismantling. I thought I'd riff off that a little. I'm currently researching a book about the failure of the world's anti-money laundering architecture. Last week I was talking to a man called Sergei Grachov, who is a lawyer. He lives in Suffolk. He's lived in the UK since 2000. A serial entrepreneur. He describes himself had 11 companies. In August 2022, all 11 of his companies lost their bank accounts. They were given 2 months to find a new bank account by Barclays, all 11 at once. He's not a criminal. He's never been charged with a crime. I don't think there's any prospect that he will be charged with a crime. But he had, as a lawyer, when it was completely legal, done business for Alpha, Russia's largest private bank. He is born in Moscow. And had done work for the owners of Alpha, Piotr and Mikhail Friedman, who both of them were sanctioned by the UK and other places in March 2022 after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So he was caught up in our effort to defang financial crime. 343,350 bank accounts were closed in 2022, many of whom were no doubt caught up because of the aftermath of the invasion of Ukraine in our efforts to defang financial crime. What I find particularly troubling about this is that I'm convinced, of having spoken to many people over the years, that just like Sergei Grachov, almost none of these people will be financial criminals. Instead, they have been caught up because the risk appetites of banks changed and it became too risky for banks to wish to engage with those kind of crime. And the reason for that is that we have been, for a long time, outsourcing our battle against financial crime to banks, to financial institutions, and to other professional services, but primarily to financial institutions. And this is happening at a tremendous cost. Every year, according to UK Finance, UK industry spends £34.2 billion on compliance. That's 3/4 of the cost of our defence budget. Globally, the world spends $206 billion. That would be enough to end global thirst and hunger with $50 billion left over. And what's amazing about it is it's completely failing. We are not stopping financial crime. Why is that? Well, I think there's an instructive example was the operations run in the National Crime Agency called Operations Shaniko and Princeton back in 2017 to 18, which was an operation against money mules who were putting money into Santander and Barclays on behalf of sophisticated money laundering groups. They found a loophole in the way ATMs work, you could put cash into them, and successfully those banks' compliance departments alerted the authorities to them and they shut it down. But because we were essentially outsourcing the response to this to the banks, this wasn't ever really followed through, and no one really thought about what the money laundering gangs were doing next. Now, as any police officer will with the resourcing tackling financial crime. And this is exactly what happened with the two people on whose behalf Sergei Ratchov was sanctioned. Just other than Mikhail Friedman, the Russian oligarchs sanctioned in March have not stopped receiving banking services. They've just gone and got them somewhere. Now, we could investigate the origins of their fortunes when they first arrived in the UK, but instead we sanctioned ways without allowing bank compliance departments to do it for us, which essentially means we achieve nothing. Because the problem with relying on banks is when they do a risk-reward benefit of who they want to receive accounts from, is if someone is very rich, the reward is sufficient to take that risk. The risk is only not sufficient if someone like Sergei Ratchov is not rich enough for it to be worth it as well. And that's why you can't rely on financial institutions to do the policing for you. Because for-profit policing never works, it cannot work. And that's sadly the system we have now. So we call this from to dismantling, but I'm afraid defanging possibly is a little bit over.
And Susan.
Thank you very much. And just a real testament for amazing cross-party effort this has been actually in the UK to have this panel that speakers have got together today. Just picking up on the theme, John mentioned the enforcement gap. Oliver has said, come on, sector, to build it. Number one, are there three things, actually John made me think of a fourth thing, three things you've got to do. The first is we really have to tackle this enforcement gap. And I'm going to say the first thing in that it's not just about resources, it's structural. And really critical that we sort out the NCA, the National Crime Agency, because it's the nerve centre of fighting financial crime and kleptocracy. So it's got the FIU, Britain's FIU, Main Intelligence Unit, it's got the National Economic Crime Centre, it's got the International Corruption Unit, it's got the Combating Kleptocracy Cell, and it's got the International Anti-Corruption Coordination Centre. Two of those are funded. Actually, the most urgent and effective thing we could do is remove it from the civil service now, within the next few months. It would be a minor legislative fix. But just to give you, I mean, now basic recruitment of the NCA is completely stopped. You know, they threw more money at it. They couldn't recruit because of the civil service. They have to. The NCA doesn't have a pay structure that can actually attract the best talent in the UK. It estimated it needed 21 million. It's like, that's nothing, guys. It's like 2% of its budget to be able to bring its salary up to actually police levels and also attract staff. Instead, they were told that couldn't afford that, it's not possible. Instead, they spent 14 million on contingent temporary labour every year just to fill the vacancies because no one really wants to work there except the brilliant people who do. So that's the first thing. The second is supervision. Crazy situation, 22 supervisors, FATF pulled this out, and that's just for the legal and accountancy sectors alone. 22 supervisors, here we are coming up to a new FATF review, we've still got 22 supervisors for the legal and accountancy sectors. Their average fine when someone breaches money laundering regulations is £3,000. I don't come into tell you why that isn't enough. Not just those supervisors, HMRC average fine for people who sell luxury jewellery, luxury jets, estate agents, £5,000. So you know, there's a real issue in effectiveness and robust enforcement. And you know, we've just had one corporate prosecution for money laundering ever. And one regulatory action where it's an individual after fining 17 banks for money laundering according to a total of £777 million. So supervision, we've got to do something about that. I wasn't going to say this, but I looked at the FT article, David Lammy's announcement today, and all these comments underneath, apart from one that said hip hop in private schools, which was obviously not to run with, is political donations. And just to flag, you know, our colleagues at RUSI and Transparency International, you know, put out 13 key recommendations to tackle dirty money donations that were all recommended by independent bodies like CSPL, the Electoral Commission itself. You know, we're running into an election period with some very, very high risks in relation to party funding. And I'm going to say a very quick last story. I've got to John said we've got to tackle corruption at home. It's absolutely critical, and actually, one key thing we could do in that is have a actually effective corruption, domestic corruption laws. The EU is moving ahead. We're going to actually take on board all of the UN Convention Against Corruption's offences of abuse, corruption, trading and influence, and illicit enrichment. We actually won't be able to provide the mutual legal assistance if they want to come to us, because we don't have those offences in the UK. So we've got to tackle illicit corruption as well.
Thank you very much. And finally, over to Maria.
Thanks, Carys. It's always a little bit complicated being the last speaker because most of the things have already been said. So apologies. I will probably try to summarize a little bit more what has been said already by this channel. So I think, where are we now? I think that first of all, we are much better off now than we were 2 years ago. Okay, the idea is, yes, Russia full-scale invasion of Ukraine acted as a catalyzer for reform. It has been great so far. I mean, I remember when I joined RUSI almost 3 years ago, my then boss, she was like, oh, you're going to call for economic crime in the UK, but do not worry, nothing ever happens. So if you finish your PhD, it's going to be fine. And then Russia invaded Ukraine, probably this Crimea had already happened. And I found myself, catapulted into this massive world of working, with MPs and APPGs and the fantastic world of civil society, most of you are here present. It has been a collaborative effort. And I think, we need to think, like, to step back for a second and thinking, okay, how were we 2 years ago? So first, the positives. We are so much better than we were before. Still a lot needs to be done. I think the second point, I think, definitely efforts, and again, it has been driven by civil service, civil society, APPGs, and even private sector in a way. These efforts have been probably blocked a little bit by two things. On one side, in a way, yes, Russia's invasion of Ukraine acted as a catalyst, but also we kind of started adopting a sort of tunnel vision because we focused a lot on Russia. We focused on Russian kleptocracy, and we kind of dropped the crime on the side, which is still happening. We're still the money laundering capital of the world. So it's not just Russia, it's a lot of other dirty money that flows through the UK and through London specifically. So while some resources that are being directed towards responding to Russian aggression, to Russian dirty money are universal, I think that at the same time there's so much more that we should be looking at. That it's as I said, there are lots of kleptocracy, there are lots of criminals, financial criminals, and money launderers in the UK that are acting. The second issue, I think it's been exactly what Oliver said, much better than I am. This is why I'm researching, he's a writer, which is we have prioritized compliance and Chinese things, as I say, so new legislation, new shiny tools, as Nigel said as well, over enforcement. So I think that definitely there has been some sounding block here. We were looking for the headlines, rightly so, because we were riding away. But when the wave started to slow down and we're feeling that sort of economic crime fatigue, what do we do then? We need to keep pushing. We need to actually move towards the enforcement, which is not as fancy and shiny as it is. So what do we do? I wrote down everything that the panelists said. I think that there are two sides of this coin. On one side is domestic and on the other side is international. The first one, you have to clean up your act at home. That means taking responsibility. There are so many times that I actually go to conferences, especially in countries of the so-called global south, where start talking and they see the name royal and they think that we're actually government. And like, oh, but what about the UK? You guys are not actually, taking ownership of the fact that you are facilitating. You are, the destination of the money that is stolen from our country. So we have to take responsibility. We have to actually clean up our act. How do we do it? It's already been said. Enforcement, definitely. I would love to see someone explain my orders, but I would just generally, be very happy if fast recovery rates would increase. And if I saw a little bit more of prosecutions, even civil recovery would be fun, but just give me something to work with. Otherwise, I feel like a broken record. The second one is dismantling the enabling architecture. Definitely, there are lots of enablers, supervisions. You mentioned it needs to be, improving in many ways. I know that lots of work there is behind it, and we're going to support it. The final step, I think, is, yes, as I said, is ensuring operational capacity. That means resources. My manager yesterday mentioned that she will never apply for a senior position at the NEC, mostly because the salary is not even enough for a think tank. And imagine how much think tanks are paid. So you do your math. So this is on the, like domestic side. And then I think there is the other part, which is the international aspect. And we need to absolutely show leadership. And I know I like to, I don't want to preempt a speech that is going to be given later, but I think that, collecting with the other global financial centers that are part of this global money laundering architecture is fundamental. That also means, again, avoid tunnel vision of kleptocracy. Look at other countries whose money is unfortunately coming up on UK shores. And finally, and this is more like a sort of right, so-called fighting architecture. There are so many journalists, civil societies, different support groups. Most of the all the new shiny new legislation that we're seeing here, it wouldn't have probably happened without the support of these advocates. So there needs to be a way to actually even promote that work. Now the topic is, I think, it's too much enterprise.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Maria. And actually, your comments touched on where I wanted to, what I wanted to ask and this next, which is what the barriers are to current faster progress in the next phase. We've heard resourcing is a very common theme for all of our panel. This tunnel vision idea, but also the kind of political compulsion to find the new and the shiny rather than maybe focusing on embedding what is already there. I wondered if our panelists could comment a little bit on kind of what they see as the barriers to be overcome next. John, I wanted to bring this up with you.
I think actually you summed it up beautifully by saying politicians, I'm afraid, and this is a sort of cross-party point, we're all just as guilty as each other of focusing on the new and the shiny. You make your name by inventing new rules and policies. You don't make your name by gritty implementation. And that's not always true of officials. There's a slightly different dynamic work there, but certainly for legislators, that's what it is. And also don't make your name by going to ask for extra money when money is very tight. And both those things are the absolute essential. So I'm afraid I think part of the problem is people like me in my profession. And we are going to have to, if we're going to be serious about this, which is front and centre with all of marks, we are going to have to unlearn that when it comes to this. And it's all very well to say we'll pass a third economic plan. Yeah, but you know what? That's less important than reforming Nizzero, whatever it might be. So I think it will be a question of politically boring, but financially and reputationally and criminally effective implementation and enforcement.
That's it. Nigel, I wonder if you could pick up this from the soliciting point. How can, I guess, those of us in the room will have an interest in the gender be effective in making the case for veteran sourcing?
I think the case has been made effectively. I suppose the question is how do we get it up the priority list? There's only two ways of having a very loving case that can't be refuted, or there's embarrassing people into doing it. I suppose the way of doing the latter is we want to see some outcomes. So, you've got all these powers on the statute book, you've made all these promises, and the investigations are ongoing, how many charges have been brought, how much money will be recovered, how much money will be recovered. If the answer to all these questions keep coming back with very low numbers, I think that's one of the data motivating people to put some more resources to which is working. But this is a challenge. I suppose the problem is political focus moves on. We saw great steps in 2016 in the chemicals to go through solid announced lots of new ideas, but to go in the abortion registers, which brings that out of office a few weeks later. We didn't see their registers for almost until Russia invaded Ukraine. The challenge we will have is how do we keep this issue front and centre if it remains out war, which is a real move to different problems, into different priorities. Those of us who care about this, we need to be sure about it.
So I can see you nodding along. Would you agree with
that? Yes. I think it is really tricky because I'm thinking you know, just this week, you know, I've heard some stats about actually some of the successes that happen when you really, really put a lot of effort. So if you take the fraud sphere, you know, fraud prosecutions are up 9%, you know, fraud statistics are down 17%. You know, actually there's been a huge effort to really prioritise fraud. And it worked, you know, or it's working, as well as working as well as we want it to. It might feel like that is working to the public, but actually, you know, when you have that system prioritisation, it does really work. I think that Nigel's touched on it, like how do you keep this really salient? And I think it is probably important that, you know, Maria's talked about it, that we move beyond just focusing on Russia and Russian kleptocracy. I think we need to start thinking about it not just as a national security threat and that specialised states, but moving back to actually the impact on development and the huge costs this has. There's some extraordinary stats out there. You know, the countries that, you know, have the most illicit financial flows, leaving them 58% less spending on education, 40% less on health. You know, we need to get back to, actually they sound quite boring, but the sustainable development goals with quite an ambitious global commitment. So I think, you know, we've been so focused on national security, hostile states, but actually we need to find a framework about our responsibility to the whole world, actually. So I think that's important. Can I just think one thing, UWOs, I'm going to be contentious. No, we don't need UWOs. They're only an investigative tool, they don't get users, we need more civil recovery. And I think it's a really good example of a shiny new tool that actually law enforcement have found that useful, but they have found other tools which weren't very sexy, like the Carys orders, incredibly useful. So there is something in there around political narrative, you know, and how distracting the new shiny stuff can be actually, you know, the end goal.
Although you struck a slightly less optimistic tone than some of the other panelists. On this point about turning away from a compliance approach, what do you think the major barriers are to stopping this from being adopted?
Well, the good thing about compliance from a public sector perspective is that someone has to pay for it. And, you know, it's always easy to tell people to spend. You know, it feels, you know, talking about showing a new thing, it feels like someone who knows they need to get fit. And they know that the way to get fit is to do a lot of exercise. But the problem with doing exercise is it's embarrassing and hard work and it takes time, and, you know, the credit probably won't come from months, if that. So instead you buy yourself a new piece of exercise equipment. You now got a gym with a elliptical and a rowing machine and a bike machine and a treadmill and all this stuff. You never used any of them, but every time you buy one, you get a headline of the FT. And I'm afraid I saw that piece this morning and my heart sank. I said, oh no, not an anti-corruption court. We have courts. You know, we're not using them, but they exist already. You know, Sue mentioned fraud. There's something that there has been a degree of success in fraud. One form of fraud that we used to talk about all the time, 15, 20 years ago, was carousel fraud. Huge fraud, billions of pounds a year of money being stolen from public coffers by enterprising fraudsters shipping mobile phones, computer chips, and other small, high-value objects in and out of the EU states. Who talks about that anymore? The reason no one talks about it anymore is the problem has essentially been solved. And it wasn't solved by a new anti-corruption court, and it wasn't solved by unexplained wealth orders. It was solved by really, really hard work by HMRC, by the Foreign Office that did a lot of work with their EU partners, because that's what we like, and so on. And it was hard work, and it was them getting on the track and just banging it in the miles. And now the reason we don't talk about carousel fraud is, I mean, it's under control. And I think that we could see everything like that. And sadly, the problem is that no one gives anyone credit for carousel fraud because everyone's forgotten it even existed in the first place, and what even was it?
So perhaps some of us in the room need to acknowledge more credit for the hard work.
Well, I mean, yeah, when it happens, yeah.
Maria, is there anything you wanted to add on the barriers?
No, I mean, I completely agree. I think that, again, as I said, we are so much better off than we were. I think that credit needs to be given to. Again, I always recognize the word of civil service here, because it, together with us from the side, you know, providing the kind of research and advocacy, I think that there has been a sort of, you know, it's difficult to be working on something and then something happens in government and you find yourself with a new prime minister or a new government again, and you have to start over over. So just managing to bring to the end, you know, the theories of like legislative changes that we saw, I think it's already like deserve a round of applause. Now, the other side is again, yeah, ensuring enforcement. And for instance, online, I'm speaking with borders or all these kind of things. I completely agree. You know, there has been this moment where it was politicized too much, and then because it failed so miserably, and was also, you know, the narrative around it was a disaster. I would say there was this sort of PTSD that they were suffering from that failure, and now we're not going to see them anymore, even as an investigative tool, even if we even put them in the economic crime act. So why would it be even bother thinking about reforming something that we know that it's probably not going to solve the problem? So I just think that it's, you know, as I said, it's good to have a political narrative. Russia invading Ukraine did more than probably my boss don't keep me banging about for about 10 years or how long it's working in the field. But at the same time, there is this sort of underground work that it's not as shiny, that we need to kind of pay a little bit more attention. And finally, what Sue said about development, I completely agree. It's the whole thing, you know, we tend to forget that there is a starting point where this money is leaving and it's affecting everybody's life. And you see it, and I find it very difficult whenever I go actually to these countries and I talk about financial action task force recommendations and how we can implement it. And you see it actually saying, okay, yes, but money is leaving this country, it's coming to the UK, because I have a weird accent, they don't know where I'm from. And so they think it's, what are you going to do about it? And they can apply all the Pakistanis in the world, but it's us that have to give the money back to then like use them actually for development aid. So I do think that this part of the victims as well and the origin country is so much important, much more important than we actually address.
Thank you. So I want to open up questions to the floor. We have a roving mic, Hawley, and I'll take a few questions over to mine. Could I see some hands that would like to come in? And I'll try to get to everybody. So there's one here.
Yeah, touching on some of Maria's points, do you think the elision of the kind of geopolitical sanctions framework, you know, whether it's against Russia, China, Iran, and then the, you know, more directed money laundering corruption enforcement risks just undermining the latter? Because people, particularly in the global south, will see, you know, if money laundering enforcement as a political act, because the rhetoric is the same for the sanction regime and the money laundering enforcement.
Thank you. And I forgot to ask, could you just say your name and where you're from?
James, I'm a student.
Great. And the gentleman at the back.
Thanks, David and the Jockey Trust. Picking up Oliver's thanks to post offices analogy, if we clean up the UK, won't this just result in displacement and all the corrupt money will go somewhere else? Or is the strategy that first we clean our own act up and then we'll have a platform to clean up the rest of the world? And just a quick second one, the UK, it says on the title, does that include overseas territories or not?
And then over here. Sorry,
I'm PPPR organization called Uncheck UK. And given it's an election year, I thought I might challenge the idea that this agenda is pretty boring. We do a lot of focus grouping on one thing that we know is very popular, it's enforcement. People really do want heads to spikes, people want to see accountability, and people want to see, you know, really active evidence that, you know, the government is taking these agendas seriously. It has had huge cut through. And conversely, I think the political damage of the suspicion that corruption is becoming very insidious in the UK domestically is there's a huge political consequences, I think, both for political parties, but I think more widely for our democratic health. So just to, I think, challenge a bit the idea that this is not politically sexy would be really important.
Can I ask you a question, Phoebe? Given that's based on your research, which is what would kind of give people, you know, what people see, what would give them confidence that that's been done?
I mean, the things that we talk to people about is things like polluter pays. The idea that if you go out there and actually cause harm knowingly, you should face consequences. That has cut through across all of that. It doesn't matter if they be towards Conservatives or Labour. You know, real sense that these things really matter and that people want to see evidence that it can be done.
Great. I'm going to take one more and for that question,
Great, thank you. Tim Douglas from Property Mark. We're a professional regulatory body for property agents. And there will be some people in the room who know what I'm going to ask. I really resonate with what Oliver was saying and focused on enablers. From property market, property sector's point of view, outside of Scotland to Wales, for letting agents, there's no minimum qualification or licensing requirements to operate. And it is great that in Nigel Mills in the APPG's manifesto, there was a spotlight on lowering the threshold for letting agents. If you're a letting agent dealing in monthly rents of €2,000 or more, you have to register for AML supervision. 1,000 registrations of letting agents for HMRC, where there's 19,000 letting agents in England alone. So I think there's a lot of talk about high-level enforcement, but all this is retrospective. Why aren't we licensing and qualifying the enablers to start stopping it at the front door? We need that government decided to do it.
Great, so we have some quite tricky questions there. We have one on whether the addition of geopolitical sanctions, money laundering, undermines the latter. And we have another on the overseas territories within the definition of the UK, but also whether there's a risk of displacement. And we have the point from Phoebe about whether this actually is quite politically salient and more so than we're giving it credit for. And then finally, that question about licensing and enablers. Nigel, could I start with you perhaps, and actually pick up this the kind of political question for those politically more interested.
So those of us who spent a fair amount of time on this hope it's gets to be popular with our constituents. I have to tell you there's not much science meeting my email inbox on this topic, so I'm not sure it's cutting through. I suppose there's a danger if you ask people question, is this important, should we do more? And you'll say yes, as to whether it's a priority for most of my constituents, something I doubt. What I would say though is people really hate tax evasion, tax avoidance, they hate people getting away with things. There's a lot of concern about developments around the world and how we can be better at that. So I think depending on how you phrase the question, I mean, you're getting a concern on this as to whether there's political excitement around measures in tackling public crime in this nuanced way. I'm not so sure on that. I think it probably is fair to say that if I was in the global south, I would say when you've ignored for years what's happening when you involved and you've let it get into the UK without too much concern, as soon as Russia does something that you really don't like, you suddenly start taking it seriously. But I suppose the flip side of that is, it's better that it's happened than we've taken these powers and we're now taking it more seriously than we weren't. And hopefully, we can move this past Russia and it has felt like an entrenched part of our system rather than we can forget all about it if this war is ever over. Any more you want to talk about? Overseas territories, absolutely, we need to make sure that we're not having our rules undermined by parts of the UK, or parts of people certainly think in the UK. I think having David Cameron and Andrew Mitchell in the Foreign Office has been very positive in terms of getting transparent registers a little higher up the agenda. I think we certainly suspected that some of their predecessors were a bit more agreeing with the territories that were reluctant and forcing them in that situation. In terms of if we fix ourselves and move somewhere else, well, I mean, clearly people will try. If we really got the UK clean and all our overseas territories clean, you start to run out actually of very attractive, safe places for all to put their money. The more you can move them into marginal territories where they may get it stolen or they have things happen to them, the harder and harder this becomes. And I think if we have set an example, we can try and drive this out of the respectable developing world. That at least is significant progress in making that. But I suspect there is no way of stopping every tin pot dictator in every African country wanting to rob his country blind and get some assets from somewhere. But the harder we can make it, the less of it we'll see.
Thank you. Oliver, do you think that your displacement argument applies to countries?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it does. You know, I mean, we've seen that after March 2022 and the big wave of sanctions, a lot of money then was to Turkey and to Dubai and other places, but I don't think that's a reason not to do anything. You know, I don't live in London, I don't know, many people who live in London maybe London rate, how amazing London is. There's a reason all the rich people want to come here, right? Because it's really nice. It's got everything you need in one city. It's got a great time zone. The language is widely spoken. It's got a very attractive still tax code and so on, very biddable lawyers. This is a great place to be rich. And there are reasons people want to come here. No one else does what we do. No one, I mean, you know, I wrote a book about this as well. There's a reason it's about the UK. It's because no one else does what we do. So if we stop people coming here, where else are they going to go? That's as fun as London. Yes, they can go to Dubai, by all means, with my blessing, enjoy it. But it's, you know, there is a reason people want to come here, and it will be an incentive. And so, no, A, it's not an argument. If other people don't do it, we shouldn't do it. And B, if we do it, it will actually help drive up standards everywhere because we are one of the great. So that's you know, a really important person.
Yeah, I agree. Maria, maybe the first question about geopolitical sanctions and money laundering and whether the focus on the geopolitical undermines second. Could you please that one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think, you know, I think, Chris, I'm going to use the example that always in a lot of people's mind with the whole idea of should we seize the assets, you know, that are owned by Russian oligarchs, etc. Lots of individuals who are currently sanctioned under Russian sanctions, they are not, in my mind, probably, as Oliver said, like they do not probably be ever prosecuted for financial crimes. So the risk is you conflate these two issues and you lose the attention on actually going after the bad guys. And you know that there is one role for sanctions in my head and one role for prosecuting for criminal justice. With this said, we are seeing now that these two conversations are going more and more together hand in hand. So I suppose it's more a matter of balancing the act rather than just excluding one because of the other or vice versa. Can I comment on any other points? I mean, on enforcement, I agree. I don't think that people think that enforcement is boring. I think that what leads to enforcement, which in many cases is resourcing, for instance, that is something that is not going to catch the attention of potentially most of the journalists in the room. So it's more the steps that take you to actually catch the criminal rather than, you know, the criminal itself, or the prosecution or sentencing or a big fine. You know, I remember that there was £1 billion seizure of crypto. I mean, that made the headlines because it was £1 billion. So there you go. Finally, on the displacement of risk, I think that this was something that I tried to kind of say in my opening remarks. There's definitely something, you know, there can be as many kleptocracies as there are countries in the world, or even non-state, like non-recognized states. But there are going to be fewer financial centers, I think. So you have to understand, as a global financial center, that you're going to have to accept there's going to be some risk, right? So why don't you actually reach out to all the other centers that have some characteristics that are similar to you? So I would favor this sort of international dialogue. You know, let's not exclude the UAE. Even if, you know, at this point we see mostly as a facilitator, why don't you actually reach out and try to find ways to prevent this huge displacement from the UK to the UAE or to Turkey, whatever other place? Because you know that there needs to be some requirements for being global financial centers. Like not everybody can do it. So you can't contain it if you try.
Sue, could you pick up this point about licensing and whether that's a more effective approach than retrospective enforcement?
Yeah, it is a really good point, prevention point, and I think you've highlighted some of the gaps. Letting agents, as property developers, there are other quite big gaps in our private schools. You know, to give an example, I mean, there's certainly one African former leader who is alleged to have got billions and billions from her country, who lives in Dubai, but whose children still are at private school in the UK, despite them being subject to uniform orders. So I think there are all sorts of gaps which are part of the problem and need to be addressed, which is a slightly different point from your point about licensing. I think that prevention piece it also cuts to I know Phoebe mentioned like the polluter pays principle, where polluters knowingly engage in something. I think the problem with the UK is it's that knowingly. It's like the system, you know, allows a lot of stuff. So how do you create, whether it's licensing, training, real engagement with high-risk sectors, and how does it happen effectively? I mean, there's a really interesting initiative going on at the moment with the Institute of Business Ethics to try and engage the legal sector, which has generally been quite in denial that it has any kind of problem. Generally feels it shouldn't have to do anything about it. Sorry, any lawyers in the room. But I think you know it is an important part of the picture, and it is part of what supervisors should be doing. But supervisors are limited by using their regulated population. So come back to the original point, which is, you know, how do we get to the sectors which actually aren't actually regulated for money laundering, and make sure that they also don't create loopholes and make the UK a little bit silly.
Thank you. And now at 3:30 we have a whole panel which is going to consider overseas territories, but even so, John, I wondered if you wanted to comment on that question.
Yeah, I mean, the short answer to the question, should they be excluded? No, absolutely flipping not. Absolutely no way. And you know, Paul was quite right to say, you know, if we, in fact, several rules of if we can marginalise the dirty money into a series of increasingly iffy alternative jurisdictions, by creating the network effects I was talking about earlier on, then at that point the jeopardy or risk associated with dirty money goes up, and that has to be good. It's good for our reputation, it's good for the reputation of the developed law abiding world. The bit that I just want to follow up on a little bit, if I could, is this point about the overlap between this and sanctions, because sanctions are inevitably very inevitably a sort of political sparked act. And one of the reasons why I would respectfully disagree with Oliver is about the point about this international anti-corruption court, because I think we need something which ends impunity on a non-political basis. And that requires decisions to be taken away from politicians and into the hands of people who are politically at arm's length, who are investigators, who are judicial as well. And that's why I'm in favour of, even I take on this can't just be another nice little political, you know, shiny toy to reduce. It has to be part of the enforcement gap, which we're talking about beforehand. It has to be part of ending this idea of international impunity, which currently, I'm afraid, the sanctions regime is an expression of, because you know, there are lots and lots of people out there who think, well, should be sanctioned if we were following those criteria universally and internationally, and who aren't, and there's no prospect of them becoming so either in this country or elsewhere. And the only way I can think of for doing that is to find a non-political route. That's why I think that the International Anti-Corruption Court should have legs. And while Oliver is also right to say that carousel fraud is a really good example about something where a problem was solved. It was solved because all sides, all the countries involved in that carousel fraud had something to lose and wanted to pursue it and cooperated with each other. The point about international impunity, when you're dealing with a country that's run by a kleptocratic dictator, is their country won't cooperate. So you've got to have something else that works as well. It's an and, not an or, is my point. But I think at that point that starts to do with some of these issues about the inherently political nature of sanctions, quite apart from the fact that sanctions only freeze and they don't sequestrate assets.
Oliver, I think you want to comment on the
agree with you. So I know I just wanted to say on our overseas territories, that if we are going to stop our overseas territories being involved in moving dirty money, we need to ask the question of why they moved it in the first place. The Cayman Islands, before it became a financial centre, was a place that specialised in turtle fishery. It had a very small population, and the reason it's not part of Jamaica now is Jamaica didn't want it. We turned it into a financial centre because we wanted it to be able to pay a certain way. The same is true about Bullough, the same is true of the British Virgin Islands, the same is true of Gibraltar. The same is true of the Channel Islands and the Isle of Man. If we're going to stop them doing this, we need to give them something. We saw after the Hodge Mitchell Amendment, which was fantastic to impose transparency on the overseas territories, because that was done as a backbenching, there was no government strategy around that. And I think it's no coincidence that we've seen increasing presence of the cartels in our Caribbean territories since then, because the number of companies being created in those places, particularly the BVI, has gone down, and there have been people in those islands looking for other ways to make a living. There needs to be some form of just transition to help them move away from that way of making a living, if we want it to cement itself and become a correct way of getting about things.
I'm going to take another round of questions before we close. So it's small hands. So the lady at the front here.
Eva van from the International Lawyers Project. We're a charity that provides regular lawyers to anti-corruption journalists and activists and parliamentarians anywhere in the world. We're working with a Nigerian NGO, and they've put together quite a comprehensive dossier on the number of Nigerian senators who own real estate in the UK. And they've gone carefully through Companies House, the land registry. It's not sophisticated money laundering. In most cases, the beneficial ownership is there direct. They've been working with the anti-corruption agency in Nigeria. They've briefed the NCA attaché, the High Commission in Nigeria, who was very enthusiastic about it, took it to his superiors in the NCA in the UK. The Nigerian anti-corruption head has tried to make way, and it's just getting blocked. I won't waste your time by asking what should be done. But particularly John Penrose, Nigel Mills, we can be as creative as we need to be. What works? Could we write letters to some people or ask to meet some people to get this through? We specialize this, and it seems like a very comprehensive dossier with very clear money laundering by these Nigerian senators.
Thank you.
My name's John Henshaw from the University of Exeter. Because you explained why orders came in, I thought I'd just go back to that, not on the question of whether they should be revived, but the lessons they may give to us from the use of these kind of freezing tools. My colleagues and I put together a large report at the time 2 years ago discussing the failure, but three things really briefly. Firstly, the problem with accepting evidence from a foreign court with respect to a person who is part of the political elite of that country, and the incumbency advantage that comes from that. So it means our laws are effectively going to be targeted at exiles, not incumbents. Secondly, the difficulty of proving a predicate crime, which raises the question of possibility whether participation, membership in a network of kleptocracy could itself be designated a crime, which you're starting to see in some parts of the world. And thirdly, the need for expert witness testimony to establish that indeed an individual is part of a kleptocratic regime. And I having effectively offered that pro bono to the NCA at the time through intermediaries, I really don't understand why, if you get someone who actually knows the political economic context of the person in question, to stand up and say, this person is fully part of that kleptocratic regime and that's how they made their money, how that isn't taken more seriously than the evidence provided by that government of which they are a part. So it'd just be really interesting to hear you reflect on that, not as to reviving EWOs, but those different areas, because if we don't fix those problems, we're still only going to be capturing the money from exiles and people who've fallen out of favour, it seems to me. So yeah, just like to think more speed on.
Great, thank you. And then one just here.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth Mystery, independent journalist. With great respect and former post holder, should we be having another anti-corruption champion?
That was a good one. Everyone at the back.
Michael Daly, sort of perhaps a more simplistic question. Is there anything to be done at the law firms enabling some of the corrupt people, money launderers, and kleptocrats in London? I think one of that was mentioned it as a proposal just now. Is that just wishful thinking?
I can take one more question. I'm hesitating because Holly's going to have to run around to the other side. Just at the front here. Should we go it's just coming the microphone.
Ollie Joseph, I'm a lawyer specialising in the anti-corruption field. I want to go back to the point that Susan Hawley touched on earlier, that our anti-corruption efforts should be repurposed away from simply a question of national security and more towards development. In this respect, I fear that we've actually gone backwards, because when we had a separate department for international development, there was within it a very effective anti-corruption unit, which did a lot of excellent work, mainly in Commonwealth countries, helping them to recover money and setting up a more effective anti-corruption infrastructure within their own country, with the full cooperation of the countries concerned. I don't know how much that cost, but I can guarantee you that its efforts yielded much more, far times more than it cost. Is there any possibility of ever going back to a situation where we are more active in the anti-corruption field internationally in that sort of way?
Great, thank you. So we have 10 minutes left in this session. We have 5 speakers, so I'm going to ask each of our speakers to be brief and perhaps to offer some any concluding remarks that you want to give as well. Maria, perhaps I could start with you. You don't have to answer every question.
No, sure. I mean, I will try to answer quite quickly to the ones that I managed to pick. Anti-corruption champion, absolutely. How about economic crime commissioner potentially? Some of the people talked about a minister, like somebody who would be, you know, responsible and accountable. Absolutely, why not? On the international anti-corruption, I mean, definitely yes, the more the merrier. I'd say that the SOCNet leads. They're already doing quite a very good job. I think they're illicit finance leads. They are, at least for us, a point of reference, and have started. Obviously, there are not as many, and this brings me back to the issue of resourcing, doesn't it? So I feel, again, as I said, a broken record. On unexplainable borders, absolutely. I don't think that, you know, they are not mutually exclusive, the kind of discussions that we've been having, you know, just like sanctions and going after crime, the same goes for enforcement and resourcing and coming up with new legislative, creative ideas. I, for once, have the first one, literally wrote a paper on what kind of new offence can we come up with to go after the proceeds of kleptocracy. And again, the University of Birmingham and Sophie's program was really keen on finding new ideas. So I think that, again, we are trying to, the kind of conversations that we need to have, we cannot go, as I'm going to repeat myself, the tunnel vision of looking exclusively at one issue as it can be solved by some sort of magic wand. It doesn't exist. You have to look at the broader framework. And because it's a complex issue and it's a transnational issue, we require little bits coming from literally everywhere. Any bit can help. So I'd say, yes, absolutely, let's go for it. But also, let's focus on what is missing, which in this case is probably, more people and more time.
Great. Oliver.
Yeah, thanks. I suppose it'd just be good to try and just go back to why you want to do this. What's the point of fighting kleptocracy? I mean, there's a reason why that effort was funded out of DFID, which is that kleptocracy makes everything worse. It's a force multiplier. Dictators, terrorists, cartels, it's disease, poverty, misery, and so on. That's why it's worth tackling. So many of the questions we've had, great questions from you, and really interesting to look at that, and from John and so on. It's about difficulties of dealing with dirty money once it's here. You know, how do you prove that a Nigerian senator illegally bought some property? You know, why is it that a UWO doesn't work, and what would work? Well, what would work would be just stopping the money from coming here in the first place. It is much easier to stop people getting into a castle than it is to find them once they're in the castle. And I think that that's the lesson that we keep, in a way, forgetting, because it feels morally grubby to say, well, yes, the money's here, we can't really prioritise that, we need to prioritise fighting new stolen money. But actually, if we could stop more money being stolen or more stolen money from coming in, those problems that kleptocracy is causing, which is the reason for doing this, would become less. And I think that needs to be the priority. So, yes, we need to think about UWOs, and yes, we need to think about all sorts of things. But to my mind, the most important thing is to, prioritise law enforcement agencies so they can go after the people who are doing this right now, not the people who were doing it 20 years ago. Because with the best will in the world, those cases take forever. Even in the United States, the case of Pavlo Bazarenko, former Prime Minister of Ukraine in the 1990s, arrested, convicted, and let out of prison for corruption in the US after he wisely went down to be far from power. They still haven't managed to confiscate his money. It takes a long time. It is better, more bang for your buck to go after it. What's happening right now, rather than what in the past.
John, over to you. If you do have thoughts on this and what to do about the enablers.
I'm having disagreed with Oliver on my last reply. I'm going to strongly agree with him on this one, because this point about the enforcement gap, I think we've all mentioned it. I mentioned my opening comments. I think it directly goes to both the point about enablers and law firms, but also the other professional enablers, and also to the question of Nigerian senators and in fact dozens of other people from dozens of other countries as well, which is we've got we're strike while they're at this spot, while the evidence trail is still there, and do it now and resource it properly. I will bet anybody in this room that it can be self-financing if we do it right, because of the amount of money that's out there. But do it, we absolutely have to. We are, a couple of you call us the capital of this sort of stuff in the world, but we're one of the capital. Let's not forget New York and Delaware, for example, as well. But if we can start to become a really hostile place for dirty money, then IPPR's excellent title for this entire half day could become true. I would be really proud to live in a country like that.
Nigel, could you pick up this question about what works to get attention for a dossier like the one described as a proposal once?
I mean, we have occasionally had groups come and mediate a party parliamentary group and present this evidence, and then we forward it to agencies. The challenge is we can't direct them and they won't give us any feedback, but if you've got a convincing dossier being taken seriously, we certainly act as a conduit. It will be the end of our involvement. Sadly, we just don't have a system to get feedback unless it something happens in the courts, I suppose. But it is quite frustrating when we see these cases. We think we decide we want to tackle this, we've got the powers in place, and then what looks like a compelling case just doesn't go anywhere. Just feel like we're kind of like wasting our time a bit. So we're happy to do that if you want to get in touch. Unexplained wealth orders. Maybe I'm slightly naive. There is a risk when governments try and do things that go against the grain that the system then won't play along with this. When you have a system of innocent until proven guilty, you try and put in place a power that is guilty unless you can prove yourself innocent, and then you don't resource it and prepare and be very careful what you can't be too surprised when the court comes. It doesn't quite work. So I think that's why I think the whole system has to be very clear that there's very good reason why we want to do this, and we are very serious, and we will keep doing it, and we'll drive it as it's happening, not just have one go and then it doesn't work and we back off and people come to the right and so law firm enabling. I was an accountant once, money laundering checks were really nightmares, because you knew that they were genuinely pointless, because you knew this business model, you knew this individual model. It was just paper chase, and the most junior person had to do it, and there was a form and you knew which boxes to tick, and then you got someone to sign it, and then that was the end of that process was done. And that's all fine if you get it wrong and you find that someone's done it, someone you should never have done it with you, or handbrake. So the important thing on that kind of process is it has to be there, and it always has to be there. And there has to be real enforcement and real sanctions when something goes wrong. So it doesn't just slip into this tick box mentality of, let's not look too close, it might be clearly, it will never get caught. Then you have to really believe you get caught if you go wrong, and there's a big sanction that you don't want. But also you want this to be proportionate, so you're not asking people to do thousands of pointless pieces of work, which don't mean when the important one comes along, there's some gaming that they don't do it properly. So it's just trying to get the balance right. And finally, I'm dashing off here, the International Select Committee, which I was supposed to be, was doing. There was a real problem for a couple of years at least with a strategy that basically stopped funding all the civil society in key territories around the world. We used to say we didn't want to do it, but it value to do something else. And that was effectively where a lot of the anti-corruption stuff was sat, so basically got deprioritized. The white paper that Andrew Mitchell has produced has put quite a lot of that back in. He was a former co-chair of the party for anti-corruption years committed to this. I think we have learned at least some of the lessons of that couple of years of Mr. Muir on that. That actually, if we can help these countries protect their own resources, that is probably a much more efficient way of giving them generally quite a small amount of money these days. So I would agree with you, we got that wrong. It was a terrible mistake not to go in on that. We shouldn't go in. Hopefully it's now fixed.
And thank you, Sue.
Yes, so yeah, agree, lots of brilliant questions. I mean, just a kind of rough statistic. So the UK International Corruption Unit, which investigates all dodgy money from politically exposed people in the UK, receives about 20 cases a week. It has resources to investigate 20 a year. We're talking about the very small percentage that. So when it receives a dossier of Nigerian properties, it's going to look at that and go, can we do that? Yeah, we've got resources. Is it a priority? And it's not. We just don't have the resources to do it. So I think, we've heard the resourcing issue. We have to win the argument that you have to invest. And as John said, it will bring a return, not just to the law enforcement agencies, but to the Treasury, but more broadly to actually the developing countries where, it prevents the happening again. So, and there are mechanisms for doing that. Reinvesting far more assets that the law enforcement agencies already bring in, or their fines. I don't need to repeat, probably most people we know the statistic about how much the serious fraud office brings in from foreign bribery cases that goes straight to the Treasury. So we do need to win that argument and get more reinvestment back into law enforcement agencies. And there's a separate issue that John raised, which is about foreign evidence and how foreign evidence is dealt with in courts, which is really, really thorny. And we see that all the time at law enforcement agencies go, will we get any cooperation? No, we won't. Ditch everything. Literally, that's it. So I think I don't know how to tackle that. I mean, we're going to do a proper session. That'd be great. But I think there is a real kind of stepping up that the UK can do on the development side. And you mentioned the white paper, Nigel and Andrew Mitchell's increasing rhetoric. I think there was a real retreat by the UK from that space, and we do have to, particularly to stop that evasion between sanctions evasion and money laundering. We have to, there's a real opportunity in the UK to re-inhabit that space because we did it well, actually, and we can do it well again. Okay, money is going to be an issue. Very finally, it is a global problem. We do have to, kind of like Amelia said, bring in the jurisdictions that don't want them games, like we need to find the allies, and that's the way that we get beyond the geopolitical tensions that are causing quite a lot of actually getting international consensus.
Fantastic. Well, we're a couple of minutes over, with apologies, but we now have a bit of a break, and there is coffee and drinks downstairs. We're going to be back here at 3:30 for the next panel when my colleague Park will be hosting. But for now, please join me in thanking our excellent panel.
Yes.
Carson's slow. Do you want me to put it in a quick shower? So is it all right? I'm not gonna get into it. I'm just putting my laptop now, I won't get into it. That's
lots of layers of secrets.
Hello, hi everyone. Welcome to the second panel. I'm Duncan, Senior Research Fellow here at IPPG. And this panel is titled No More Secrets. Crime and corruption thrive on secrecy, and secrecy is a feature of the UK's overseas territories and crown dependencies. Right? And it's worth saying that these small islands aren't all equal. The problem is more acute in some rather than others, but there is a common story or joined up conversations we had about corporate secrecy and shell companies that allow corrupt individuals and criminals to hide illicit wealth. Right? Whether they are sanctioned Russian oligarchs funding Putin's illegal war by hiding their wealth in the overseas territories and crown countries, as we heard from the introductory remarks this morning from the Ukrainian MP, or terrorist organizations, serious organized crime, human traffickers banking their proceeds, or kleptocrats in the so-called global south countries stealing public wealth at great costs to their developing nations. Another thing we heard this morning. The point is, this is a problem that really matters. It matters for a lot of different reasons, but it's a problem that matters. And despite that, despite big moments like the Panama Papers, remember those? The problem persists. The UK's overseas territories and the crown dependencies remain havens of choice for criminals, kleptocrats, and fraudsters to launder their money, to launder their reputations. It was only last week that Deputy Foreign Secretary Andrew Mitchell cited a figure that 40% of the dirty money in the world goes through the UK and its overseas territories and crown dependencies. That is a shocking figure. So we need better answers to this sort of old question. Keeping everything secret and telling the world to trust you doesn't exactly inspire confidence, right? But there are knotty questions here. Knotty questions about the powers and responsibilities of the UK government, about the democratic legitimacy of the UK government with regard to its overseas territories and the crown dependencies. And because they're difficult questions, they're sometimes put in the too difficult box, right? They need deliberating, not ducking, and that's what we're going to try and do here on this panel. So, with me to deliberate over these knottier questions are Dame Margaret Hodge on my left, who is nothing short of a legendary member of Parliament, and has championed this agenda in Parliament for a long time with real policy and legislative success. I also have Duncan, who is the Director of Policy for Transparency International's UK chapter and a former member of Parliament himself. On my right is Geoghegan, award-winning investigative journalist and series writer on various topics, including this, and the former editor-in-chief of Open Democracy. And on the far left is Matthew Lawrence, who is the director of the Commonwealth think tank, and is one of the most interesting and innovative thinkers about power and accountability in the British economy. So I think there should be an excellent discussion. And one more thing is worth saying, that we did invite members of the overseas territories to join us on this panel. Unfortunately, they weren't able to today. But if they are in the audience, we would love to get them in the Q&A section. But I'm going to come to Peter first to sort of set the scene for us. Maybe tell us a little bit about what went wrong with David Cameron's agenda.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I feel a little bit like I'm the closest you're going to get to a member of the overseas territory. Well, long ago, overseas territory. But yes, look, it's really interesting. It's interesting listening to Nigel Mills bringing up David Cameron. I find the overseas territories and crown dependencies. It's a conversation that's kind of been all around us for this government for the last since August 14. We actually really don't talk about all that much. And if you look back in 2013, David Cameron, he was Prime Minister, talked a bit about this. He wrote to all the overseas territories, all those since tax havens. We had the anti-corruption summit in 2016, and actually, while Nigel Mills was talking, I decided to look up what David Cameron had said at the time, and it's going to work. It's working going back. These are a series of groundbreaking commitments that can really transform our ability to tackle corruption. I was kind of thinking, we're now almost 10 years later, 8 years later, and go, okay, was this a series of groundbreaking commitments to tackle corruption? Probably not, was the answer. And it's quite interesting, well, kind of what happened. The TI, Transparency International, did an analysis in 2021, so 5 years later, looking at, I think, about 600 pledges that came out of the UK Anti-Corruption Summit that year, in 2016, and only about a fifth had actually been properly implemented in full. So clearly it was something we haven't done a lot. Some things did change, there's been some changes around beneficial ownership. For investigative journalists like me, that's been a good thing. There's a lot more that hasn't been done. And it really took the invasion of Ukraine in many respects to kind of put rocket boosters under that as well. So there's a lot of questions about why did things not happen. And it's hard not to kind of look a little bit at the B word. Brexit, I think, has definitely changed the bandwidth for dealing with these issues, like in terms of government. John Penrose has not been replaced. We discussed this as the anti-corruption czar. It's hard to see the successors to David Cameron, and let's not turn into a hagiography about David Cameron. But the successors to David Cameron, this is not an issue that they've really dealt with all that much. It's hard to see any of the anti-corruption's kind of just gone further and further down the political agenda in recent years, and that's a big issue, I think, with why things haven't happened. I think there's also kind of a desire not to ask some of the big questions about this. Like, dealing with overseas territories is complicated, it's expensive. I think there was some good points made in the last session. Oliver Bullough made some good points about this. Are we going to see a just transition for the overseas territories and crown dependencies? Because a lot of these are small little places that were relics of the British Empire, some of which were so impoverished that even new nations didn't want them to be part of them. In many instances, we actually, people from the UK helped them set up these, elaborate offshore empires. They are in comparison to the global economy, they're tiny economic islands that suck in huge amounts of dirty money. But for the islands themselves, they're actually very important. They are big players. I think in space like the Cayman Islands, these are important industries, and inverted commas industries. But I think we do have to have that conversation. If we want to do something about this, we do have to ask, well, where did this happen? Where did this come from? And are we willing to support these places and places to actually do something different? And it feels like that's kind of one of the questions I think that has to be at the heart of this. And the other as well is, I think we can get a bit, overdone it, like trying to solve everything all at once, trying to solve the entire world's corruption problems. But it's also worth recognising Britain's not the only place that has these issues with overseas territories. You know, I've been doing stories about some US territories recently, places like Puerto Rico and other even more obscure territories. There's a lot of issues around money laundering and corruption in those jurisdictions. Similarly, some of the Dutch protectorates in the Caribbean as well. And it feels like this is a conversation that does actually need a bit more of a global focus, which I don't think it's always had in the past as well. And I guess that's probably where I think it's got to where we are today. And it's fun. I think it's good that we're starting to talk about these things again.
Robbie, thank you, Peter. Margaret, I'm going to come to you next and more sort of precisely ask what you think the next government might want to do with this question.
Things that we failed to do, I think is the answer to that. I'm just going to start with, I spent this morning with one of our Labour candidates, Kensington, Joe Parler. Joe's here. He's had a moment on. And we visited 2 properties. One, both in his patch. We knocked on both doors. One's worth about, I don't know, they're in the multi-millions. One was owned by Lavrov, we think, who is one of Putin's close people, but it's inhabited by his mistress's daughter, who is about 26, and I think they spent about 4 million quid buying that property. The other one belongs to the infamous Aliyev family. That is owned through a shell company, which is then located in one of tax havens, I think probably BDI, because most of them are. And what was really interesting for me, just to tell the stories, it was quite funny. So we arrived at these properties, knocked on the door, because nobody was there. And then up scurries all these people who were in charge of property saying, what the hell are you doing here? Who the hell are you? So I showed them my MP's pass. And I said, I'm here because I'm really interested in talking to the owners of these properties who bought the money bought properties with money that was laundered. And I don't think that's a really good idea. And I just wanted to hear from them the explanation. All the people around them are, of course, the enablers. So even the estate agents who were protecting them and who refused to allow us access and who scurried us out of the box that we were in, are themselves complicit because they don't know their customer and they take absolutely no responsibility for ensuring that people who bought who buy homes in Britain, buy them with a legitimate amount of money and therefore are legitimate owners of that property. It's just a little story on the side. So what should we do? It's always seemed to me from the early days when I got involved in illicit wealth, money laundering and all that sort of stuff, that one of the reasons that we're in the UK have become the jurisdiction of choice for so much dirty money is our relationship with our tax havens. We've got a deregulated environment. We've failed to hold the enablers to account, as I saw this morning. We still don't have the transparency that I would want. We're pathetically poor in our level of enforcement, even with the poor regulation we've got. There isn't really political commitment to tackle the problem. There's a total lack of accountability. And all of that is facilitated, that leads to this massive amount of dirty money in the UK economy. And much of that is facilitated through our tax havens. And it was quite obvious to me from the Panama Papers onwards that the tax havens were absolutely central because they provided those really secrecy because jurisdictions, not just because they have the very low levels of tax, it's because they're secrecy jurisdictions. They provide complete cover for all wrongdoing. It's not just the Panama Papers, where half of the entities were entities that were located just in one of our overseas territories, the BVI. The Paradise Papers that brought up the most extraordinary people, including the current king and his mother, including people like Justin Trudeau, including even people like Bono, who claims to be involved in this the battle against illicit wealth. The FinCEN Papers, again, the UK figured big in those papers was an American leak, but in those FinCEN papers, BVI was responsible for a lot of the companies on which there was suspicious activity reports. The Pandora papers, over 2/3 of the companies in that set of leaks were BVI. So they're everywhere. And then when you look at sort of the security of the UK, we know that 68 billion from Transparency International done, that 68 billion in a 10-year period came out of Russia into our overseas territories. And we also know with the recent register of overseas entities that the reason 2/3 of those entities are properties bought in the UK by overseas companies, 2/3 of them, we still don't know the owner, although the purpose of the register was to identify the beneficial owners of property. And most of those 2/3 are because they're held in trusts. And most of those trusts are held not just in the overseas territories, but also in the Crown dependencies. In fact, Crown dependencies play a bigger role. So all that is going on. And then in 2018, a cross-party committee, Andrew Mitchell, my sort of partner in crime, we often call him, and I managed to get through a consensus that we should open to public account the register, the ownership of properties in overseas territories. We didn't cover Crown dependencies at the time, simply it was tactical because we thought we wouldn't get a majority of Conservatives supporting us. It really matters. It's an essential building block. It is that sunlight is the best disinfectant, and we know from our own register that when we opened it up, in 1 year, access to that register increased from 6 million a year to 2 billion a year. It's a massive increase. And then whether it's civic society, journalists, or whoever, or other commercial companies, whoever interrogates the register, that helps you follow the money, and it helps you investigate it. So 2018, we passed this legislation. 6 years later, nothing has happened. And the only one of the overseas territories to have introduced a real public register of beneficial ownership is Gibraltar. And furthermore, even those overseas territories that are talking about it are talking about having registers where they only allow access to those with a legitimate interest, which I just will not be good enough, because we again know from our experience in the UK, where there is a legitimate interest access facility for the register of overseas entities, that is not working, and access is not being provided either to civil society or to the press or anybody else. And the other thing just to say is, we had a meeting not so long ago with Crown dependencies, who I have to say, I don't know if anybody's heard from them, but the arrogance and complacency which they demonstrated at that meeting, and their refusal to accept that they played any role whatsoever in the dirty money trade, was just appalling to witness. And their failure again, that they promised Andrew Mitchell and I that they would introduce public registers of beneficial ownership without legislation, and have failed to do so. And the reason they say they're doing that is because of the European judgment on beneficial ownership registers that came in a year or two ago. So what should we do? I think the next government must implement British law. We passed this law in 2018 and it needs to be implemented. There is power, the government has got the power and the authority to implement law in our overseas territories. Obviously, it's always better to do it by consensus, but I think 6 years later, consensus isn't there. BVI and Bermuda have still got to come up with even the first level plans for it. So I'll just quote what the government white paper says. It says, this was the government white paper on the relationship between overseas territories and Crown and ourselves. It says, as a matter of constitutional law, the UK has unlimited powers to legislate for the territories. We had intervened and legislated before on very different issues, whether it's been the death penalty or whether it's been recognition of homosexuality. And we've actually interfered, if you think about it, with Turks and Caicos, where we took over that jurisdiction, and more recently in BBI. So we have got the powers. It's not having the powers is not true. So I have to say as well, Andrew and I got a very good legal opinion which suggested that we could actually exert similar powers on similar grounds in the current dependencies. And if I were part of the next government, I would tell them that's what we're going to do, and if they don't act voluntarily, I would then do it. So we've got to be bold, we've got to be clear, we've got to be determined. We have to use the order in council to make them do it, not just pretend we're going to do it. And this has absolutely cross-party support. We cannot, the idea that we in the UK or the UK Parliament or your representatives should be colluding or facilitating in the thriving of economic crime and dirty money is just not on. We will never become, Britain will not become a trusted jurisdiction for as long as we tolerate the continuation of illicit laws. And very finally, if we're interested in economic growth, well-being, and the trickling down of that into equalising life chances of population, we'll never ever achieve that on the back of dirty money.
Thank you, Margaret. That was clear, sharp, and hard hitting. Duncan, I'm going to come to you next, and maybe if you were sort of happy to pick up that specific point about the UK government having the power to implement laws in the overseas territories, and sometimes that comes with a whiff of neo-colonialism. I wonder if you want to integrate that into your remarks.
Yes, happily, and thank you, Mark, for IPR hosting this conference today. It's an unenviable position to follow Margaret. She is a phenomenon, and frankly, if it hadn't been for her tenacity and her really smart insistence on working cross-party, whether that was with Nigel, those who we know earlier today, or Andrew Mitchell, now in government, or Lord Agnew, now not in government, this particular topic wouldn't even be on the agenda today. So we owe her a great deal. On this point about different perspectives from different parts of the world, different histories on this issue, I really want to share the privilege of this platform with my colleague Rafan Jani, who speaks for Transparency International in Nigeria. Let me just quote what he has to say. Beneath the veil of shell companies lies a harsh truth. The exodus of public funds from nations like Nigeria to the shadowy recesses of Britain's offshore secrecy havens. When public funds earmarked for development are diverted to offshore entities, it is not just Nigeria that suffers. It is a blow to the global community's quest for economic equity. So, I mean, they are far more eloquent than I could have been, and a really clear endorsement for why an organisation founded on concerns of social justice like IPPR should be pursuing this question. This is not some kind of regulatory dispute between financial centres, one of which is an old colonial power. This is actually about the accountability of wealth and power in our world today, and the anonymous ownership of wealth, and with it, the anonymous direction of corporate actors prevents accountability. And that is a big challenge for all of our societies, and indeed for governments globally, on issues from climate to peace and security. So that's why we're having this conversation, and that's why it's important that whilst understandably every actor in this conversation has their own interests, their own responsibilities, we have to understand the consequence of the status quo for people all around the world. My colleague Ben Cowdock is here today, who's done a lot of Transparency International's research in this area, including a definitive study outlining the impact of shell companies in Britain's overseas territories in terms of their contribution to financial crime and scamming. He looked at over 400 cases with a total economic damage globally of in excess of £200 billion, and found within them 1,200 companies registered in UK territories. 9 out of 10 of those were registered in the British Virgin Islands. So when Parth said it's not a homogenous picture, this is absolutely right. If we're concerned about harm, we probably need to focus on those places where the service offer from these financial centres is most exploited by nefarious actors. But I had a lot of sympathy for what Oliver said this morning. And let's remember, much of this illicit wealth, almost all of this illicit wealth, doesn't stay in places like the British Virgin Islands, right? It's the places that Margaret was visiting this morning here on our doorstep. And Oliver was right to say that we in this country encouraged the economic path that these societies followed and the consequent new dependencies they had. When I read the indictment of the former Prime Minister of the British Virgin Islands, who was arrested by the FBI, and I heard the things that they recorded him saying, that he was subsequently convicted and jailed for, I couldn't help but feel, this was a man who, despite being his society's Prime Minister, felt a need to ingratiate himself and be at service to people with no regard for what they were actually up to. And so the BPI has become very dependent on this setup. Half of the government's revenues come from company registrations. You can understand why they're resistant to putting this income at risk. I said to someone the other day, well, tiny society compared to a massive economy like ours, the value of that might be a lot to that government, but compared to the harm that it's doing, tiny. Would it not represent good value for money to start underwriting some of the risks that they feel they would face in doing what we're asking them, which is to have no more secrets? And funnily enough, anyone you ask stump up for that laughs at you. But what is half of the revenues of the British Virgin Islands is roughly the same as the annual take from a tax in the UK that no one, well, except some people here, but normally no one has ever heard of, the annualised tax on enveloped dwellings. This is a tax on a company that owns a property in the UK, for which there are many exemptions. There are over 2 million title deeds in the UK owned by companies, but there are only 4,000 properties, 4,500 properties that consider themselves eligible to be making payments under this tax. This is not some great socialist conspiracy. This is a tax that was invented by a man called George Osborne, who, having invented it, upped it by some 50%. Now, I wrote to Rishi Sunak a few years ago when he was Chancellor, saying that he should consider doubling this tax, follow his predecessor's path and address some of the exemptions. But even just the revenue that we take from this tax on the companies that are owning property in the UK, residential dwellings in the UK that aren't rented out, that aren't bought in the way that you or I might buy a property to live in this country, even just that one tax is broadly corresponding with the revenues that are at risk to the government of the British Virgin Islands. So I'd be open to us having a conversation, not just writing blank checks or handing cash over, but actually saying, we're asking you to do something that is totally understandable you don't want to do, but is really important. So can we share that? Can we actually break through the stalemate? And I think that might be one of the ways that we might address some of the objections that you alluded to at the beginning of.
Thank you, Duncan. I think we'll come back to that just transition question after we hear from Matt. But Matt, I want to put to you something that Margaret said. She sort of said tax havens, and then she said secrecy jurisdictions, and sort of almost connecting the dots there between tax avoidance and tax evasion. I wonder if you were happy to sort of build into your remarks here about this question about overseas territory and dependencies.
Sure, thanks, Mark. And I feel it needs august gatherings towards the to say I speak on behalf of the think tank Commonwealth rather than the Commonwealth. So just to clarify that. But I think on sort of the basics of that exam question, I think clearly opacity, which is the core feature of the offshore financial secrecy system, is a common denominator to both the legal and the criminal parts of the financial system, and a clear impediment to delivering on concrete policy objectives and goals. These are all difficult to prescribe undesirable activities and bring about desired outcomes without clear oversight of who is doing what, where, to whose benefit. One need only think of Keir Starmer's list of 6 priorities last week that he announced, and think through how many of those are actually impeded by this architecture of secrecy. We see the result everywhere, as we discussed today: the facilitation of economic crime and kleptocracy, the erosion of state capacity, the weakening of democracy, and perhaps new neighbours in Kensington and Chelsea who don't help necessarily. I think one of the positive things, I think in terms of moving forwards, I feel that's an amalgamation of what's already been said and speak to how we move forwards. So I think Oliver's kind of carrot and stick that Duncan also sort of reinforced approach is really important. So that stick is, as Margaret has said, that the next government should work with the CDOTs to establish a clear timeline for the introduction of public registers of beneficial ownership, with that stick being that potential backstop of an ordering council that if there is sort of dithering and delay. But I think on that carrot, Duncan spoke to that, and perhaps if it is a Labour government that takes power, they can sort of draw on one of the sort of most famous quotes from Labour history from Nigel Bevan when paying off the BMA to set up the NHS. He said, "We need to start their mouths with gold." And now that isn't quite the same approach and tone I'd take, but there may be some attempts there. We do think big strategic progress is only reasonable to be attentive to past harms, to sort of deep interconnected histories, and to stump up and to think through that what that means. But I think second, today, and this speaks to your point, Mark, today we're widely focused on how the financial secrecy system does such harm through both offshore centres and onshore enablers. But we should also recognise that this same system, this parallel world that ordinary citizens, that ordinary businesses cannot access, of lack of transparency, low taxation, that this enables perfectly legal activities that are nonetheless both pervasive and deeply harmful to not just Britain's national interest, but the global economy. And they are with the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the law, which reflects the reality that the law is never fixed, but a line of constant sort of contestation. So one example is tax leakage, and that sort of links to what you're saying, Mark, and to much of Margaret's groundbreaking work. So a recent report out last week showed that global corporate tax revenue lost due to profit shifting to tax havens has surged from a couple of percentage points a few decades ago to around 10% of all global corporate tax revenue. And there's now an estimated $1 trillion of profits shifted to tax havens in 2022 alone. And as the IMF makes clear, there's a critical second order effect here, which is that offshore centres with their low tax jurisdictions then encourage countries like Ireland and the Netherlands to kind of have a race to the bottom. Now, of course, some of that offshore, not all with CDOTs, but Britain and its overseas territories and dependencies do play a facilitatory role in that, as people like Tax Justice UK have showed. And in the UK, analysis upcoming by the Commonwealth of 2 sectors which are overwhelmingly sort of based in the UK, so their staff, their assets, so on and so forth, and which operate through the receipt of significant public funds, so added social care chains and rolling stock companies. They routinely use profit-shifting techniques like intra-company group lending from sort of CDOT-based entities to UK-based subsidiaries with the explicit purpose of reducing their tax bill, often through highly complex private pay structures. Again, perfectly legal and we enable it, but it is a clear harm to the UK. And this is because we enable this fiction of extraterritorial profits or assets by individuals or shell companies to continue to domicile their assets in geographies where they're not active or present and have no intention to be. I really don't think we can see a train rolling through sort of the BVI in terms of that is currently notionally operating
with Roscoe's in the UK. It's of course not just called profit shifting. HMRC under FOI last year noted that there's £850 billion worth of financial wealth overseas from UK residents, of which almost 600 billion was based in tax havens. Again, not all in CDOTs, again, not all illegal, can be much more at all, but it shows the potential tax leakage. And so I think what I really want to do is connect this up, which is that this wider financial secrecy system, of which sort of offshore centres are part of it, embody what the historian Christopher Bowden's called crack-up capitalism. This is the history of the last 40 years in which the global architecture of economic governance, not least sort of, taxation, has been punctured, been perforated, has been carved up by both onshore or offshore centres, operating in ways that enable patterns of behaviour, both legal and illegal, that flourish in ways that erode democracies, undermine national sovereignty, and weaken our economies. And so I think in a way, one, of course, sort of actual corruption and illegality is a problem. We should be about thinking through as an agenda, as Margaret has done, which sort of takes together a comprehensive effort to really be able to read it together as a cracked up global financial architecture, and then think through how that can be done. And one final thing I said, because Commonwealth, much of our work is not in this space in a way, and I think the first session today had a couple of this is very hard, it's very difficult. But what I would really say from being able to sort of be sort of a suggest for this space is first of all the strategic leadership from people like Charles, political leadership from people like Margaret, and then fantastic journalists, activists, sort of organisations really does show there's momentum here, and I think there's a lot of progress to be made in the next.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Thanks for sort of forcing us to not think about this discussion with one eye closed, think only about secrecy and innovation aspects without thinking about the tax dodging and avoidance aspects. I'm going to come back to something that I think has come up a few times. It came up in the first panel. Duncan, you spoke at length about this, and it feels like an important question if we're going to go from sort of the what question to the how question, which is the just transition. And what I think framing it in that way almost means you're approaching the conversation with overseas territories and crown dependencies in a way that's different to how it was previously or has been previously approached. So Margaret, I'm going to come to you first, maybe sort of see how you would approach it if you were in negotiations with overseas territories.
I saw it as something I don't entirely agree with Duncan over. I'll tell you, I've never been to BVI, I've never taken them. Well, I gather they have banners in which they say hang Mitchell and hang Hodge, displayed all over the place. What I did see was the BVI when the hurricanes happened. I don't know how many remembers that, because that was just at the time when we were working together, working to try and get our amendments forced in public register of beneficial ownership on those territories. And what struck me from those television pictures is all this massive wealth that is going into the BVI. None of it is trickling down to the really desperate families who are living in shacks in areas of the islands. So this idea that the wealth coming from Europe, America, wherever, actually has a positive impact on the populations of that particular place, I think is for the birds. And it's for that reason, if you would put a bribe their way, who would it go to, is the question I would ask. But having said that, and I'm not sure it would go to the people who we, those of us who are interested in quality, would want to see it go to. However, and we said this at the time, there's absolutely nothing to stop the UK supporting all the economists. This is mainly BVI is the worst offender. Sometimes I feel sorry for the other OTs that get sort of swept up in this issue. BVI and Bermuda are the worst offenders. Of course we can support them. Of course we can support them in restructuring their economy. We can do through restructuring. We can do the hospitalisation of the UK. So, or we have a better experience about restructuring the economy, and they will too. So I would give them support in restructuring, but I would not give them the bumps that you talked about, because I don't think it would get into the right into their heads. And can I just say something else? I wouldn't give them time. They have had since 2018 They've had since 2018, it's 6 years, and every year, the amount of dirty money floating around, particularly facilitated by the UK, grows and grows and grows. And just reminded them, that's really positive. 350 billion is the most conservative estimate, but that is twice our entire budget. It's 3 times our education budget. It's 15% of GDP. It is a massive amount of money. So I would say, you know, maybe I would say we will go to the Organ Council. You only have to implement it if they then don't do it. And then the other really, really important thing is that they genuinely register. Otherwise, they don't think that's the purpose.
Duncan, do you wanna, are you convinced?
Well, I think Margaret and I agree more than appears, but otherwise it'd be a very boring conference for everyone. I think we want to ask them to do something they don't want to do, and we want to make them do something they don't want to do. We want to share in some of the risks that they are scared. And if that risk is a reduction in state revenues, public services, the sort of work that Margaret's describing are the sort of things that we would be in a position to support if they lost that revenue. If they lost that revenue, then, as I say, I don't think there's a great deal of difference between us. I see it in terms of risk sharing. If it turns out, as indeed happened in the UK, when we moved to a public register membership, that there was no reduction in the registration of companies, and therefore that there was no reduction in the funds going into the government and the BVI through company registrations, then that risk won't have materialised, right? And there will be no money to pay. But if you said to the British government today, there's this really important thing you need to do, but half of your current tax revenues depend on the status quo, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a politician willing to take that risk. So I'd encourage us to find ways to make doing the right thing less scary for a government. At the end of the day, has to meet the needs of its people. These people go up for election, and if they all campaign with fear about the consequences that their government, their society is complying with what we've all been arguing today, really necessary for tackling global financial crime. We need to find a way to break that dependency.
Peter, I'd be interested in your view on this sort of carrot and stick, or carrot versus stick debate, but I'd also want to throw in a more dimension, which is a common whataboutism that comes from these small islands, which is, why doesn't the UK government focus on London before it starts to lecture?
I think it's an interesting one. I think there's also one aspect of this which doesn't get commented on that often. It's the enabling industry around the overseas territories for independence. They've also been very good at like lobbying British politicians. There's been opting APPGs. They take politicians off to all over the world, because they might strip the BVI or a weekend in Gibraltar. And this might sound kind of trite, but it can be really effective. It is how the lobbying in the influence industry in Britain works. We have a lobbying register that tells you very little, so it's very hard to find out who is lobbying on behalf of these overseas territories. But you can be damn sure that they have recruited lobbying firms in London, from almost certainly multiple lobbying firms in London. And I think the aspect of what's often missed, the industry that goes around that, I think it's quite important to start talking about that and recognising it, especially if you're talking about a new government making legislation in this area, because this is an area that a lot of parliamentarians don't know all that much about. They are quite, it's not hard to spin some of these arguments as a neo-colonialism. It's not hard to play into concerns about this. So I think there's all of that stuff I think is quite important for us to kind of think about. And the other bit of it that does strike me is this is a funny thing for an Irish person to say, but is part of this, you kind of say, look, do you want to be part of the UK, probably part of the UK or not? There is this kind of strange arm's length relationship we have to these territories. And that feels like a conversation that hasn't happened all that much either. I think that might, should that be part of this? And if you are, these are the rules, then that gives you a space in which we can have common rules to take in the overseas territories and crown dependencies. And The final word is investigative journalist who works in some of these areas. The amount of times you end up in a secret jurisdiction is just unbelievable, especially the BVI. The BVI in particular, the BVI is definitely, is like, you know, it is just unbelievable, and it's so hard to get any information out, and actually it costs as well. It costs to access BVI registers, so you're kind of going, do I take a punt on this? So I spend like $100 on this. So you know, in an environment of straight news time, even the little bits of information that they give out do come at a cost, and I think that's something that there's a lot of stories that are going untold because of the secrecy that inherent within the site.
Thanks, Lisa. And I think the way you framed it, so the interlocking nature of the political aspect, political corruption and economic corruption is something we're trying to think much harder about. And beyond that, you laid out an almost more ambitious sort of policy agenda here. I wonder if you just want to sort of come back on the sort of interlocking nature of that political and economic aspects and sort of moving from the what question to the how question.
Yeah, I think starting work with some specific acts that make progress. So I think the registers start with overseas territories. I think some of the profit shifting is a systemic issue. It's a systemic issue that is clearly over and beyond just sea dogs. But there are certain things that we can begin to think about. So how can we move from a political economy of financial extraction to one based on investment and where people pay a fair share? So it might well be to take those two sectors we've been looking into. If you are a major recipient of public money or procurement, you have to be registered for tax purposes in the UK. And so some of these intra-company lending, which are clear ways to reduce your tax liability, absolutely legally, but ultimately the law is something we do have capacity to sort of change. And so I think thinking about, don't just zero in on sort of overseas territories, which absolutely are an issue, but I think trying to think about this as a global architecture in which the UK plays a key nodal role, in which there are, and I think sort of to go to the earlier questions, I think the Caribbean and many overseas territories are right at the heart of some of these tensions of, sort of combined and very uneven development. And so therefore it is, I think we have to put some of these to politics in a sort of longer trajectory, but then also just being very attentive to sort of doing things that work. And it feels like there's a real opportunity to make progress in the next few years.
Thanks, Margaret. I know you want to come back in quickly.
I mean, I think it's really important we keep trying to negotiate globally to try and get some agreement to stop profit shifting, which is the way in which tax evasion and otherwise kind of takes place. But my only fear is that if you put all your energy into that, you end up, I mean, OECD has been trying to do that since 1980. So we're getting on for 50 years and it makes pretty little progress, but a tiny bit of progress now. So if you put your egg too much, you should be there at the table trying to do it. But I think we put too much energy that actually not a lot happens. And even if we headquarter a company here in the UK, in a public sector contract, they can still shift their profits to Luxembourg or to wherever they want to. It doesn't stop them doing that. But there are things we can do nationally. We talked about, and it takes it a bit wider than we might cover this morning. We can get transparency on trusts. We've avoided doing that. And I think that is something that the time has now come to be pushing for that legislature very strongly. We can really go hard on this. I always say this, bad actors don't dream up the schemes that they only exploit. They are created by the army of enablers, be they accountants, lawyers, bankers, or whatever. And we can, and try to do so in the second economic crime, but we can actually introduce a failure to prevent money laundering across all the whole of the UK economy. And that would act as a massively strong tool to change culture. We can get better enforcement, as the Americans are doing, so that even within the legislation that we have, we talked about that in my APPG. You don't have to raise taxes, you just use the fines again. And the Americans do it much better than we do. And there is lots we can learn from them. Just again, better enforcement will do it. So there are a whole range of things that we can do. We can stop journalists being harassed with slaps if they investigate bad actors and that we can legislate for that as well. So there's a whole lot of stuff that we can do, in which the role of the overseas terrorism and crime dependency. And I just want to, BVI is the bad, is particularly pernicious. But I was really struck when we talked to the crime dependencies, how they are very much more dependent on the UK. I mean, they're like small district councils. It is very, very small places. Totally, I think, run by the financial services sector, not by the politicians. And I think, again, we've just got to get a handle on it, because they are the base for a lot, much more of the tax evasion environments. We saw that with Apple chose to go to, which one was it? I can't remember, it went to one of the crown dependencies, because they offered them the best deal. So we can actually intervene there in a much more active way. And I think actually our power there is greater than probably a lot of the overseas territories who might think about going independent or linking themselves to another jurisdiction like America. So I think there's a huge amount that we can do, which is perfectly pragmatic and possible, but it needs to be forward.
Thank you, Margaret. There's some excellent time, I think, to open up for questions. So please do put your hands up. I'm going to take questions in threes, and then put them probably specifically to specific panelists. So you'll take Heather first.
Hi, thank you very much to everybody for a fantastic panel. I just very quickly, I just wanted to say that I really appreciated your your points that you made there, and I think that the point about profit shifting as part of this, I don't think can be overstated. That it's that sort of activity that actually underpins the dirty money, because it's what legitimizes it. It's the thing that actually makes it very difficult from a political will perspective. And I say that as one of my many points of rage reading the papers this morning was about the rising cost of special needs schools in the UK because they're owned by hedge funds and sovereign wealth funds and so on. It's just one example where that actually undermines our national interest and national security, our development investments. And so I think that's a really important point to keep making without taking away from the specific points about dirty money. I wanted to talk specifically about the overseas territory and just connect the panel with Oliver's point that he made in the first panel about cartels moving in to take up the space that's left when some of our successful interventions work. And I was just wondering any ideas from the panel around how we can actually help to identify some of the unintended consequences of successful initiatives, some of which you've spoken about already, that we might be able to mitigate. And could something like the threat of cartels and worse actors moving in be used to galvanize political will from those countries themselves as well? Thank you.
Thanks. Gonna come around here and then up over there. Makes sense, Hawley. Sorry to.
Hi. So I have more of a comment. Basically, if we're just focusing on overseas territories and crown dependencies, you're kind of leaving a loophole for this sort of money laundering coming into other economies such as France or Holland, or because they can do that same process there, and then from there and you can come in here. There has to be a method, or there has to be a way of checking money coming from all sources, not just tax havens or offshore territory, overseas territories. Sorry, yeah, along those lines, basically.
You and then around. You put your hand back up so Hawley can see.
Really interesting. Harry from Dodds here. We've heard a lot from Dave Hodge and others, including the MPs on the previous panel, about enablers and particularly things like law firms and accountants. It's striking there's a somewhat of an accountability gap where we often focus on people who, through no fault, or accidentally work with dodgy characters. Is there not a need actually to kind of separate this out a little bit and think a bit more about some which deliberately, as part of their business model, I hope none of them are in because they'll send me a cease and desist, and it rhymes with Carter Pub, and their business model is, it operates on servicing these dodgy characters. And is there not a need to kind of separate that out?
Great, got three great questions. So the first one about the unintended consequences of Nizzero intervention, for example, cartels. The second about displacing the problem elsewhere in a globalized financial system. The third about the business model of professional enablers. Margaret, I'm going to come to you first. Don't know if you want to take the first question and maybe the third.
I mean, the first and the second, I think, sort of go together, don't they? Yeah, there is a danger of displacement, and I'll use the Andrew Mitchell analogy that he always used, because when we were arguing this with the overseas territories and crown dependencies, if you wait for the whole world to agree public registers of beneficial ownership, it won't ever happen. So somebody's got to start. And he always talked about malaria, which I think is good. Malaria is a global problem. You don't wait for what you start doing is tackling it country by country, and then you reduce the size of the problem, and it becomes ever more easy to tackle. And I think, for me, pragmatically, that has to be the approach we take in relation to illicit wealth and economic crime. It's not the ideal. I'd love to think we can get the OECD, UN, everybody to come across, but we've just seen it in the negotiations to date. It's always the lowest common denominator, and it always only just has a marginal impact on where it goes. And the last question was
it was about enablers, the business model of professional enablers.
Oh yeah, there are certainly. This is why this very simple little bit of legislation of introducing a failure to prevent economic crime should be so brilliant, because it's if you introduce a duty on all the enablers, whether it's an estate agent or whether it's a bank or whether it's an accountant or whether whoever, or whether it's the guys I met this morning, housing, providing homes for the people from Azerbaijan, if they have a duty to have systems in place that will prevent money laundering and fraud, it will inevitably change the way they behave, because if that is a criminal offence, nobody wants to go to prison at the end of it. So it will, and the reason we're so confident about this is first of all, it was done in the 70s, long time ago, by the government in the 70s, not the last day the government probably the one, but just the one before. But where around construction sites where there used to be a lot of accidents, there used to be a lot of people who got killed on construction sites, and we introduced there a duty on those who managed those sites to ensure proper health and safety provisions were in place on the site. Overnight, there was a reduction in accidents and deaths of over 90%. And we also know from the Bribery Act, which was introduced by the last Labour government at the end of the government in 2010, that as well, with a failure to prevent bribery, criminal act put into that too has transformed the behaviour of companies in relation to trying to secure contracts through bribery. So it works, and that to me would be the best thing to kill that business law.
Peter, do you want to come in directly on that one?
Yeah, I have an issue with the general enabling kind of landscape, which with regulation, like there's a regulatory gap. A lot of the Solicitors Regulatory Authority is a good example. You know, we've seen numerous investigations against this regulatory authority that have found no bad behaviours taking place. And the most obvious example would be the example of a discrete law which worked on behalf of Geoghegan, who unbelievably was actually able to sue the journalist Elliot Higgins for saying this incredibly terrible thing about him. Elliot Higgins said that Geoghegan was the head of the Wagner Group. Who would have thought such a thing? The poor man suffered terrible ordeal from that. And even when he eventually, that's what got him in the end, actually. And I mean, not only the OSCE, the Office for Financial Sanctions Implementation, gave a law firm permission to do this. They liaised with the law firm to allow them to do this. The Solicitors Regulatory Authorities have seen no problem with this. And we have similar cases like this, these upbeat cases. And they don't just affect journalists, we're seeing it affecting NGOs and others too.
And that's just in one area, actually. I think there's a problem across the piece when it comes to a lot of the self-regulation around these things. And I think, you know, there has to be, as long as there is very little stick for breaking, you know, not just breaking rules, we're not doing this kind of due diligence that Margaret is talking about. It should be fairly basic. You know, asking like where is it actually one good example is electoral law. Unbelievably, in electoral law, it's not actually clear if a donation that into proceeds of crime is illegitimate. So there is an issue in British, it is not clear in British, just to repeat that, whether it's permissible or not for the proceeds of crime to constitute an electoral donation. If that donation comes from overseas, then it is impermissible. But you can always just set up a UK share company and give your proceeds of crime through a UK share company, and that is permissible. So we have an incredibly, like, this regulatory environment is just so seeped and beyond loopholes. There's huge gaps that anyone can walk through. As long as there is so little prospect of anything happening on 2 years as a product of that. No wonder companies seem to be willing to, and you will get way above the market rate for work in that area. And we know this. Solicitors who are representing firms, you know, the kind of slap letters I and others might professionally deal with, they are paid a humongous amount of money to do that, way more than they will be to do the equivalent work. So there's an above market rate premium for this. And unfortunately, when you've regulatory bodies who are so reluctant to issue sanctions of any kind, even just verbal sanctions, or, you know, even just like staff and risk sanctions, and unfortunately, this I think will continue. This enabling industry will continue to grow because there's huge amounts of money to it.
Thanks, Duncan.
Yes, so very quickly, I thought Oliver had a really good answer on geographic displacement in the previous session. However, in terms of unintended consequences, Heather, I recognise what Oliver observed. I'm not sure I'm persuaded of the cause and effect. The idea that the cartels get the help of local enablers who are looking for work because there's less company registration. I think just as plausible hypothesis is that if you have we see this in the UK and London, frankly, if you have a service offering that attracts a certain sort of client, they bring with them a lot of their other behaviours and their other norms. Whether that's security guards that are carrying firearms in prep school playgrounds, when they collect the kids in their charge, or expectations around the behaviours of other enablers. In fact, I recall one I spoke to about a year ago, who I'm sure she's a reformed enabler, but she described how running a very small PR agency, she found that she was attractive as an enabler to a crony of the kleptocrat, because they realised very quickly their business would be something that her business would be completely dependent on. And it would be very difficult for someone in her shoes to start turning their business away. So I think there could be other factors behind the lamentable exposure to drugs cartels in places like the BVI. On other places, can I briefly talk about Europe? Because we had huge momentum on this work up until about 2 years ago, when the European Court of Justice delivered a ruling which knocked out essentially the public registers of company beneficial ownership that we brought in under the Fit Money Laundering Directive across Europe, which had given us registers, including in places like Gibraltar. So in Europe, they have already agreed and set a timetable for implementing a SIP money laundering directive, which is intended to address these issues. It isn't as good. I agree with Margaret. Legitimate interest is not good enough, but I do see it as a valuable stepping stone to where we need to go in order to build confidence in the system that may last. And I think for some of the reasons that Peter outlined earlier, including the generalists, it will prove to be very useful to get that implemented. The Crown dependencies had stated that they would align with the regulations as they apply within the European Union. And many of the commitments that the Foreign Office has brought from British overseas territories are clearly concerned about moving not ahead of that regulated crowd. So whilst this is not sufficient, and indeed our own experience of legitimate interests as administered by Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs in regards to trust has been really unsatisfactory. Nonetheless, I think it is a stepping stone to where we need to go and a way of building confidence amongst all stakeholders in continuing to move in that direction. And that is a good reason, if nothing else, why more of these financial centres that don't want to be seen as pariahs need to get with the programme.
Thanks, Duncan. Very clear. Matt.
Could I just pick on cartels and sort of in historical context, and they're clearly a problem. I don't know if that's sort of the long read in the FT today, which is all about Mexican cartels uprising. It's quite a sort of terrifying deep read. But if you sort of look at the history of the cartels, you can then sort of see how politically we can frame many of these questions, not as kind of esoteric and outside of mainstream debates about national security, economic security, sort of exploring robust sort of middle class across the global north, etc. But essentially, the history of the cartels is the Volcker shock in the late 1970s and early 80s, which is in the US, big interest rate hike, sucked in loads of money from the global south, triggering a global debt crisis, not least in Mexico. In response, there was austerity at scale and a massive collapse of Mexican state capacity, including sort of police and protection. Into that void surged cartels and a highly unequal Mexico. From that then flowed, and you can repeat the same story across many of the countries in the global south whose sort of illicit flows now go to offshore centres. That same experience in Mexico, high inequality, low state capacity, mass of organised criminal gangs, that then today then filters into places like the BVI, which is exactly why we want to think about some of these offshore centres as part of this sort of global political economy question. It's deeply integrated into the question of global political economy. And then when you think about the solution, it's then sort of tapping into how these are national security questions, geopolitical questions, and over and above kind of, sort of a narrow section. So I think cartels is slightly different question, but I think by sort of zeroing in on the sort of political economy of the cartels, you can actually tell quite a lot about some of these deep histories of offshore centres, their relationship to sort of central banking, and a whole variety of things, which I think can open up an interesting political history.
Thanks, yeah. And I think, well, what we're talking about here is essentially changing the political economies of these small islands, and it's really worth thinking about not just what it should be, but what it should be. We can take one more round of questions because we did start late, but also because the next speaker is running a few minutes late. So we've got a chance. So put your hands up quite high. Are there any women who want to ask any questions? Excellent. We come here, Hawley, and then difficultly the mic to the centre of this audience.
International US project. I'd love to know if you're seeing a difference in the flow of illicit wealth globally, countries or regions. What are the hotspots at the moment?
Great. Thanks for that question. Olga had a question next door, so I think given he's been mentioned, let me just another span. Maybe that one's gone.
I was actually wondering if the OTs was going to speak. I did send a text message to the Prime Minister, but he hasn't got back to me. So I thought I might just pass on what he said to me last time I spoke to him, because I haven't been to the BVI. I just think it's quite important to reflect with you that for him this isn't neo-colonialism, it's colonialism. I understand that there were good sound political reasons why the House of Commons legislated for the OTs and not the CDs. As far as they're concerned, it's because the CDs have a white population and the OTs don't have. These are not small issues from their perspective. And I do think that if you're going to work with these places, it's important to at least recognise the concerns that they have. Before the BVI was an offshore centre, it was a slave colony. And then when the slaves were emancipated, we abandoned it for 150 years because it wasn't worth it. We only rediscovered it when we could make money from it as an offshore centre. They all know this. So if we force them to abandon it again, that doesn't happen in a vacuum. And I do think it's important to recognise the politics on the islands. These places are democracies, they're flawed. And unless we are going to allow them to be independent or force them to be independent, it is important to work with them. Otherwise, the issue with the cartels, though I take your point that there are many reasons why the cartels will work through these islands, just like they will work through the Bahamas, St. Kitts and Nevis, and other jurisdictions in that neighbourhood. And at the moment, most of these islands are relatively stable, particularly with Carys and Bermuda. but that isn't necessarily always going to be the case. And before we break them, it's probably worth thinking about what would happen if we had to fix them.
Thank you. I think that's a really important point. Can I just check if there are any attendees who are representing the overseas territory, would they like to come back directly onto Oliver's point there? I'm going to take that as a no. Wait, there was a question right in the middle here.
Hi, thank you so much for the comments about the morality, and also as well, Peter, I thought your comments around the lobbying was so key. And I think this isn't necessarily about the technical thing, but I think there's such an opportunity of fixing how we view politics and our society is structured if we can fix this. Because as citizens, I think we're so used to throwing our hands up in the air and saying it's so complex and Amazon doesn't pay tax and all of this money. Where money is to be made, it feels that we abandon all hope of just finding a good way for people to live. I live in London, I'm sick of our communities being hollowed out by empty homes. There's so much that's damaging here, and I feel that we just don't really connect to the opportunity of actually making a politics that would work well for everyone, and maybe bring back some respect for our institutions. Because I have to say, respect feels very low, and I look constantly to politics, and I can't always tell the difference between the pigs and the farmers. So,
Okay,
it's a little aggressive, I didn't mean it.
Three very different questions there. One about hotbeds, the other one about really recognising the difference between ODs and CDs and the direct colonial questions that kind of being talked about today, but slightly on the edges. And then that last excellent question about the moral dimension of this, how the economics filters into civic relations and why that matters. Can I like come to you first? You can take any of those three.
So on hotspots, I visited our colleagues who are working in impossible conditions now. Some a year or so ago in Georgia, and you know that they could see with their own eyes the effect of new capital flight out of Russia, ways of avoiding sanctions. There was already a lot of Russian ownership in their coastal city Batumi, and so clearly recent geopolitical events have caused a shift in these illicit financial flow focuses. I think someone mentioned Turkey earlier today, similarly relevant. I think we've started a conversation today, but we haven't really landed on quite how to frame where it goes. But whether it's risk sharing, as I've put it, or moral obligations, as Oliver's put it, or very practical needs for the ordinary people of the islands, as Margaret described it. Yeah, I think there is an opportunity in the future for us to start to engage with some, very legitimate questions about the future that we're asking for. And just finally, I started with quotes from my colleagues in Nigeria who suffer the consequences of these global illicit financial flows in their own society. And I thought it was really, really helpful to have your contribution describe the consequences in our own communities of how this distorts our own economy. And you're absolutely right. There is money spent on lobbying to preserve a status quo which serves certain groups and certain interests. And we need our own democracy to clean up its act if we're going to have people agreeing with the sort of things that Margaret put for rather than blocking them. And for you as voters, as citizens in this country, to have confidence that our democratic systems can properly engage with these issues without interests getting in the way of objective policy making. And I felt this conversation would have been incomplete without that contribution. So thank you.
Peter, can I come to you and sort of put directly Oliver's question about former slavery?
Yeah, I think it's the UK state in general. Westminster is very bad. Like, if you think about just how bad it is at understanding diversity of Britain, You know, it's really bad at talking to places, frankly, outside of London. My friends in Lerwick go crazy every time they hear me talk about the Shetlands. So imagine what it's like, you know, thousands of miles. I've never been to BBI, but like there's a kind of, it's not hard to imagine the Del Monte man from Del Monte diplomacy that goes on, where someone comes in from London and does that thing. And with no kind of awareness of the local politics of all of these different places, which will be by their nature heterogeneous. There'll be lots, I've no doubt, every policy has its own political setup. And I think there is definitely a danger, I think it's kind of an undercurrent in Oliver's point there, of kind of treating these as objects that are out there that we can do stuff to. And this works for us politically here, so they'll have to wear it. And I think like the one thing, you know, the fact that we have nobody in the room for these places speaks at one level to like the nature of, you know, not wanting to have this conversation at all, but also speaks about, you know, the reality, like you can't, like, even outside of the people who vested interest in it, no doubt as a political elite, there's clearly, I've no doubt in many of these jurisdictions, close to financial services elite, etc. But if you want to make change in it, like say in Glasgow fears, in terms of conflict, nothing about it, nothing about us without us, you know, and that idea, I think there has to be more than just the kind of the level of engagement that has been so far, which looks to be very, very, very surface and very weak. I think that will take a lot of time, and that has to probably happen in conjunction with any sort of political engagement that happens in Britain about what we would like to see. You also have to engage with the kind of realities of these places, because, you know, it would be yes, Britain could maybe get rid of them on one level, but if they continue to, if this is what they still do outside of British control, the problem still exists. And unfortunately, architecture is already there. So, you know, you don't want to lose the leverage you do have. I think that is a danger. It's a really important point. I'd like to see, you know, maybe instead of having APPGs funded by lobbyists going out on trips to BBI, you could actually have proper government trips to go and try and find out what's happening.
Thanks. Now I'm going to come to you. I'm going to put that last question about the moral and social dimensions of this problem.
Well, I think for me personally, there is a clear moral case for reparations to the Caribbean in general. If you look at the historic harms, the deliberate underdevelopment, and the way that underdevelopment rebounded to the enrichment of Britain over the century, there is a clear moral case for that. Politically, that is a difficult thing to sell, or maybe it's not difficult, just don't try and sell it. But in some ways, a comprehensive settlement, maybe through the guise of like, how do we have a just transition plan to each of the particular geographies we need, can then also combine with the genuine sort of act to repair the harms. And so there is a way to potentially square two birds with one stone. Yeah, that's right. And the second thing I just want to sort of end on really is, in the first session, pretty interesting question around sort of the political salience of this issue and of corruption and money laundering and so on. And I was reflecting on a colleague of mine whose work focused on sort of political sociology, sort of in-person interviews with people living in Corby and Mansfield. A lot of options with women working really low wage insecure service work, ex-miners, people working in Amazon warehouse factories. And it's, you know, her work is fascinating, not least one of the things that routinely comes out, almost the defining thing that people say to her is politics is corrupt. Westminster is corrupt. It's a den of corruption, of lobbying, that they don't represent us, they're not for us. So in some ways, what could be a more sort of positive political offer and more political say, you know, so the idea that's not saying, I think there really is savings for a cross-party sort of intervention that really tries to tackle that group. And I think, you know, show don't tell. I think that showing by tackling many of these problems today, I think could be the exact type of thing we need to revive some of that sort of belief in democracy.
Thank you. And Margaret, why don't you finish?
I'm going to start with the issue of grant sentences feeling that we're coming in and in an imperialist fashion. Because of course that's true. But what I would say to you, two words, number of things. Remember that the people that are most impacted by the existence of economic crime are the poorest people in our globe. So there's one group in the BDI who are black and who are black, but actually there are millions of people in developing countries who lose most because of tax avoidance, tax evasion, money laundering, drug smuggling, people smuggling, and all that economic crime. So it isn't just that, but I think you need a wider perspective on that. And the other thing I would say is, when we took our decision to just go for overseas territories, it was a tactical decision, and I think we didn't think through the implications of that and how it could be seen. Were I to do it again at this time, I would treat the current dependencies there, so that it is seen as something that isn't in that sense. And on this issue about, of course, we've got to support these jurisdictions in moving towards a different sort of economy. I would accept that, but it might just start with all those financial services companies that are sitting there in the BVI, taking zillions, even out of the fact that it's a low tax jurisdiction. But we start taxing them and asking them to put money back into those jurisdictions that they've taken so much money out of. So there's some, we can provide training opportunity and all that. But there's a lot of money there. They're the ones, they don't need the money in the BVI. They export the money out of the BVI back into Europe and America and elsewhere. So I think there are ways in which we can support those jurisdictions. I don't think it stops at their jurisdictions. What happens there impacts on the poorest nations of the world. And on cleaning up politics, I used to, sorry, this is a bit of a long answer. I used to, after I stopped being chair of the Public Accounts Committee, be asked to do talks about how we had accountability in the UK and how great our systems were. And when I did that in 2015, I didn't feel uncomfortable about it. When I got to about 2018, I started thinking, what a right have I got to be talking about probity in the spending of public money, when all around me here in the UK, there is unfair access for money, there's appointments for money, there are contracts for money, there are honours for money, and on and on and on. So I have absolutely no doubt that one of the first actions that if Labour gets, if it's not enough to be elected, one of the things they must do is clean up politics. But I think on this, politics is actually the way in which it is an incredibly powerful way in which we can change the world and make the world a better place. Getting it right is hugely important. The things that we must do, it's something I talk about all the time in relation to everything. We must have much greater transparency, whether it's lobbying, who do we know who lobbies do, that's hugely important. We need much tougher regulation so that people know that if they act in their capacity as a political representative, they are properly regulated. That has to be really, really toughly enforced, and then we need proper accountability through Parliament and the media to the people. And I think if we just take actions on this, what we can clean it up. It wasn't how we used to be. It's always been. I remember this very funny story. Corruption's a funny old thing. I'm writing a book at the moment, and I'm at the moment stuck in the 1970s in local government. And in those days, we had very professional democracy committees decided what was going to happen. And I was in Islington in those days. And there was this wonderful Royal Agricultural Hall, which was an old hall, which had tops in there, it had loads of you, which had lots and lots of things happening in it. I was chair of housing. I wanted to pull it down so that we could create more council housing. We had desperate housing need. My very close friend wanted to conserve it and keep it for future generations. It is the most wonderful building with an amazing large arm in it. And in the end, the thing that persuaded me that I had to vote for him and keep it going was when his wife said to me, "You don't vote for this, Margaret. My children will never play with your children again."
Thank you very much. I feel like we're just getting to the really interesting aspects of this debate, but I am going to have to round it up. If you join me in closing our panel, the next panel will take a 2-minute We'll take a 2-minute leg stretch. If you're desperate to use a loo, use a loo. Do not go line up in that huge canteen-like coffee queue. Stay in your seats if you can, and we will just shuffle up the stage and crack on with the keynote speech. Thank you.
Sorry, I just need to get the film and get back to this. Oh yeah, that was.
Great, and welcome back, and apologies that we're running slightly late. But to close our fantastic afternoon, we have a brilliant keynote speaker, and that's the Right Honourable David Lammy, who is MP for Tottenham and Shadow Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs. You may have seen some news coverage this morning about David's speech, and I'm sure we're all very much looking forward to hearing about David's plans in this area, having heard so much rich conversation throughout the day. We're going to hear from David, and then I'm going to re-invite Margaret and Duncan back up to the stage to have a discussion with David on the themes in the speech. Over to you, David.
Well, thank you so much for having me here today. I'd like to thank IPPR.
Can you stand there and talk about something about that money? You yourself took £70,000 from the it's a month into the government site. 8 days after that, you went on to vote for saying that the ceasefire vote. Your party continue to fail. Stop the flow of arms in Israel. When you stop polluting politics, when you stop taking dirty money.
I've got to tell you, my friend, that the idea we have been calling for a ceasefire for months. For months. We've been calling for a ceasefire for months. We have been calling for a ceasefire for months. We have been calling for a ceasefire for months. And I refute any suggestion. The party takes money, of course, from people who share our values. Just because someone is Jewish, it is shameful and anti-Semitic to allege that they're part of any lobby. I refute it entirely. We take money from people of all faiths and all backgrounds who are determined to see a progressive government. We have all been calling for a ceasefire, and we all look forward to meeting our climate commitments if we get a Labour government.
They are destroying our futures. Are you working for the people? Are you working for the people who have suffered fuel poverty this winter? Or are you working
75% share of the vote. I'm quite sure. I'm working with the people on top. Thank you very much indeed. Right. Shall I continue? Or does anyone else want to get their moment in the salon? Okay, I'll continue. Look, thank you very much.
From a current lobby, you have taken 7 people from a current lobby later. Days later, you have sustained. You personally have said on the vote against the ceasefire. You are complicit in the genocide of the Palestinian people. You are complicit in this genocide. The people have a clear mandate. We want a ceasefire. We want a settle.
I've been calling for a ceasefire for months. I and the Labour Party have been calling for a ceasefire.
This conference is not about laundering money, it's about laundering land and his reputation. You are all complicit. Stop polluting politics. Lammy, you are polluting our politics. You are complicit in the genocide of this. You are complicit. You are complicit in the death of 30,000 Palestinians.
I repeat that in time. I've been calling for a ceasefire for a month. Is there anybody else?
Yes.
There is someone.
There is. There is. Get out there. Everybody run. We're not children have to be killed in Gaza before you stop arming Israel. Why have you called to stop arming Israel? How many children? How many children? How many children under the rubble before you? You stop arming Israel. How many children? How many children? How much money have you received from Israeli lobbyists? How much money?
It's just.
Yes, I'll run with you.
It's actually shameful.
Because I don't want to spend another moment in this room with this man. This man. The people of Palestine are people of colour. It's a racist war, it's a racist genocide. And you talk about your slave owning. Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. How many children? We watch it every day. Every day on our televisions, don't we? Every day, these children being killed, being maimed, being slaughtered, being operated on without any anaesthetic.
Is there anybody else? Sorry, is there anyone else? There is.
You have said nothing. When you come into power, nobody will be there to support you. We know you lie. We know you don't care. You're despicable. You don't even represent Tottenham and Harrogate. I know your constituents, and I've never seen you in the borough.
I have a 75% share of the vote. I'm sorry. I've never met you in my life. And I'm very probably want a ceasefire. A bit like Blackmore. Is there anybody else that wants to make their point on this issue? Jeremy, I think Jeremy is standing, so you'll be able to vote for him. Make your views known in a democratic way, but you won't be standing as the man. The issues are well highlighted. It's no longer in the Adam, you're in this meeting, you would like to vote for him. You are free to do that in a democracy that we have. I don't know, I'm saying, I think he's going to stand so you can vote. Is there anybody else that, with our political system, people are free to live political parties' minds. That is the case. And we're happy to take funds. We share our values on climate, our values in a progressive society. I think it's an all people with money local council are properly corrected. That's not true. But at the next election, I'm quite sure the Conservative Party will outspend the Labour Party. I'm very pleased that our friends in the England support us, but we do need funds in order to win the general election. And the suggestion, just because someone has given me or any other Labour MP money because they are Jewish, that they are somehow part of a conspiracy, is a long-held trope used by anti-Semites, and I condemn it outright. He's not here to speak to himself, but that's not his name, in fact, but I think enough has been said.
And I believe many. But perhaps we could turn to the speech at this point, and you know, we can talk about these things at a later point. But thank you, David.
Before I come on to the substance today on the subject I'm here to talk about, I just want to talk a little bit about my own background and why this matters to me. As you have heard, I'm not just a member of Parliament for Tottenham, I'm from Tottenham. And back when I was growing up, if you saw a young man who looked like me in a suit, he was probably on his way to church or a magistrate's court. I saw the poverty and the injustice around me at the time of the National Front and Thatcherite inequality. I would get stopped and searched because I was black. And I saw then how the law could only protect people from crime, from racism, from unfair dismissal, when it was fairly and properly enforced. And this realization, as a skinny teen, nervous about the police, is how I grew interested in advocacy. And as I grew older, I began to see the law as a tool that advanced progress for minorities through rights throughout the 20th century. But as I studied my heroes, like Martin Luther King, I knew there was so much more work to do to keep progress on the march. And this is what took me to Harvard Law School, and this is what made me a lawyer. And this is how advancing the rule of law came to be at the centre of my politics. As a backbencher, my proudest achievements were to stand up for the victims of the Windrush scandal, the victims of Grenfell Town Fire, and working cross-party with David Cameron no less to change a broken system with the Land Review. As Shadow Foreign Secretary, as I look out onto the world stage, my politics remains rooted in the same sense of justice. And that is why, during the war in Gaza, when others have stayed quiet for political reasons, Labour has always found, right from the beginning, the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. And it is why our Labour Party will not talk down international institutions like the United Nations. Instead, we will build them up. But friends, the truth is that in 2024, the rule of law is in peril. Over the past 14 years, I've watched a slide in British politics from a place of bipartisan support to a country where the party in government, the Conservative Party, has openly undermined the rule of law, sometimes breaking the law in, I quote, a specific and limited way with the internal markets legislation, other times threatening it in the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill, and again in the Nationality and Borders Bill, and again in the Illegal Immigration Bill, and again in the Economic Activity of Public Bodies Bill. The whole country watched in horror as Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak were found to have broken the laws they enforced on the public during the pandemic, and under this government, the UK's reputation as a country where the law will change to those on the statute books have been openly acknowledged. So on to the problem that we are addressing here today. It starts here in London, in dark corners of Britain's financial centre. What happens in London matters because the UK is the largest exporter of financial services in the world. It matters because financial services provide work worth nearly 70 billion, and it matters because this is an engine upon which our economy depends. Labour will champion the City of London because Britain's financial centre of finances, both British and global growth. And except in those dark corners, this is a force for good and an immense power on the world stage. But with power comes responsibility, because Britain's financial centre operates and shapes global finance as a whole. Labour recognises the huge value the city brings, and we support the city and want it to thrive. Labour is utterly committed to the competitiveness of the city, but our competitiveness depends on our reputation for the highest standards. And when we fail to uphold them, there is enormous consequence, not only undermining the future of our global engine, and not only rippling out from Tottenham to Dundee, but stretching from Africa to Ukraine. The truth is, friends, in those dark corners, the UK's financial system is falling short. Just last week, the Deputy Foreign Secretary said that nearly 40% of dirty money is laundered from London, from the UK overseas territories, and the Crown dependencies. The sudden recognition did make me wonder whether Andrew Mitchell realises that he's been in charge for the past 14 years, because it's under his part of the kind of government that London has become the money laundering superpower. The National Crime Agency estimates as much as 90 billion is laundered annually in the UK, a number higher than the UK's annual defence budget. And that's not all. According to Transparency International, hundreds of companies based in UK overseas territories have contributed more than 250 billion worth of economic crime worldwide. Let that sink in. It is more than the National Health Service and the Department for Transport's budget combined. Friends, these statistics are not the result of faceless trends, but the direct consequence of 40 years of Conservative misrule. This is happening in part because the government has stopped prosecuting its own laws. Money laundering prosecutors created 44% between 2011 and 2023, while convictions plummeted by 42%. This is what happens when the party was rushed to cover up the Russian report because it didn't want Parliament to know how commonplace Kremlin interference had become. The UK stood firm in the Cold War to keep the KGB out, but under the Conservatives, it's not, they invited the FSB heirs into our professional services. The finest bankers, lawyers, state agents, and accountants that money could buy. in the full knowledge they were being used as corruption services. Often, the clients were directly, visibly connected to the world's most despicable authoritarian force. Friends, it should never have taken Russian troops making a full-scale invasion into Ukraine for the government to take even the mildest measures to Kremlin kleptocrats with its acts on economic crime. The party says it wants to turn its capital into such a kleptocrats monopoly board, where luxury properties became the bitcoins, the kleptocrats, driving house prices for everyone else, sitting empty with the lights out as the safety deposit boxes stolen away. Kleptocracy, corruption, and money laundering finances crime on British streets, drug dealers, smuggling gangs, and even terrorist organisations. Illicit finance is what powers the group. In our interconnected world, a global financial centre that fails to enforce its own rules is a global financial centre that enables the worst of financial crime, undermining its own future as the essential British growth engine and letting down Ukraine. Friends, as Shadow Foreign Secretary, I have been proud to work with bipartisan spirit in supporting Ukraine, and that is why, when I went to Kyiv last week with John Hawley, our message was clear, that there may be a change in government this year, but there will be no change in Britain's military, financial, political and diplomatic support for Ukraine this year and in the years ahead. But backing the government's support for Ukraine does not mean we should be silent on where the government's actions have let our Ukrainian friends down. In Kyiv, politicians and activists ask me, why Britain? Why, despite all its military support, it still shielded Russian kleptocrats, failing to enforce its sanctions, leaving loopholes in legislation, and letting London remain the global capital of corrupt wealth. The easier it is to launder money, the easier it is for criminals and kleptocrats to convert these ill-gotten gains into a new source of power. The easier it is to launder money, the stronger we allow these enemies to become. Britain's role as a corruption services centre has been raised with me in Washington, DC, just as it has in the continent of Africa. Our security partners see us not only as failing, but enabling kleptocrats from Russia and other authoritarian regimes to grow stronger. And as for our development partners, they see us handing aid in one hand, but offering the loopholes to safely asset strip the very countries we are seeking to develop in the first place. The consequences of crime are this: children without the education they deserve, healthcare systems stripped to the bone, public services undermined, and development denied. The United Nations estimates that some $88.6 billion is leaving Africa every year. This is higher than the roughly 53 billion which the African continent receives in aid every year. These are not just numbers. Corruption is not a victimless crime. In Africa, in Eastern Europe, in the Caribbean, I've met the victims of corruption. Everyday citizens robbed of the development, robbed of the security, robbed of the hope that belongs to them. And this travesty, year in, year out, is a vicious cycle that we all know. Only a Labour government will confront. And friends, let us finally be honest, Britain is part of that problem. Britain's regime are giving with one hand, but taking a blind eye to theft with the other. Because whilst I passionately believe, especially as a son of the Caribbean, that our overseas territories contribute hugely to not only people and people times when it comes to our economy, but by making critical contributions to our global role in oceanic and environmental protection, and have all too often been forgotten by whitemen. Britain and its global family represent 31.5% of the global architecture that facilitates corporate tax haven jurisdictions. Now, we all know that many of the UK's cherished overseas territories are not involved in financial services, and real progress has been made, including on cooperation with law enforcement and criminal blackness. But we must go further and faster, as it remains the case that 3 out of 4 of the offshore jurisdictions with the highest risk of involvement with international corruption are currently UK overseas territories. And this is a contradiction that cuts into our credibility, and we must be honest about this. And we must solve it together, working together on the problem. But this is a problem that starts absolutely in Westminster. I'm proud that both parties voted in Parliament to sanction Russia, and this should have been a vote to end London grab once and for all, to enforce the rule of law. But it's with a heavy heart as a lawyer and as a friend of Ukraine that I'm afraid we've shown ourselves unwilling or incapable of enforcing our own sanctions regime. There has still been zero convictions for sanctions evasion in the UK since 2009. There have been 0 fines issued for breaching financial sanctions put in place since February 2022, when the war in Ukraine began. The UK Office for Financial Sanctions Implementation has only named and shamed 1 firm for financial sanction breaches. Wise payments for allowing the withdrawal of 250 from bank accounts. This would be comic if it were not so dire. The statistics on trade sanctions are almost as woeful. The HMRC has only levied 9 fines since the invasion, totaling a mere £3.35 million for breaches of that regime and export controls. And there are apartments in Mayfair owned by Russian kleptocrats that are worth more than that amount. Flagrant abuses of the UK sanctions regime are staring us in the face. Are we supposed to believe the 18 times increase in UK car exports to Russia's neighbouring Azerbaijan since the invasion is not because of sanctions evasion? This is not unique. Britain exports to Kazakhstan have surged more than 10 times since the invasion. Overall, UK exports of Russian sanctioned items to Armenia, to Kazakhstan, to Georgia, and Uzbekistan have surged by over 500%. This trade is not harmless. It includes items the British government has sanctioned because they know they're used by the Russian war machine. Drones, planes and helicopter parts, data processing machines, and radio navigation guides. These have deadly consequences for Ukrainians, and I saw that last week. When I was in Washington, DC, the week before last, my friends on the Hill raised these issues with me directly. The US has shown what can be done. Its Office for Foreign Assets Control has levied £1.5 billion in fines for sanction breaches in 2023 alone, with more than 40% relating to Russia. The US Task Force Kleptocracy has seized over 700 million, mostly related to Russia-related sanctions evasion, and charged over 70 individuals. Meanwhile, here in the UK, despite the UK freezing 22.7 billion of sanctioned assets held by individuals and entities, a grand total of £0 has been seized as a result of sanctions evasion since listing. Friends, it's time to take action. And as I told my friend in Ukraine, a Labour government will. To complete this task, it's important to understand a simple fact. There are men in suits behind every crime. Every time a kleptocrat launders money or evades sanctions through British territory, they're enabled by hired help. It's not just in the mafia moves that the attorney knows where the darkest secrets lie. Every time a money laundering scheme succeeds in British territory, there is an enabler behind it, an incorporation agent, a banker, a lawyer, an accountant. For example, take the almost $1 billion that was laundered from Moldova, equivalent to an eighth of the country's GDP, that passed through a gritty ex-council flat in Pilton, Scotland. It was registered and incorporated here in the UK, or the mysterious terrace house in Enfield that was the address of the mysterious company, which sent over $1 billion worth of electronics to Russia after the invasion. Someone created that British corporate entity. These are the enablers. They must face the full force of the law. This is not an attack on those working hard in professional services, to whom I have nothing but admiration. I'm proud to say that my young life, when I told my mother, articles of the Windrush generation, that I wanted to be a lawyer. I believe in our professions. I believe, however, that the vast majority of them, are doing honest work. But I don't believe in crime, and I believe in rule of law. And I don't believe it's right, despite the mountains of evidence. Zero law firms have been prosecuted for criminal breaches of anti-money laundering rules. And I'm against this poisoning of honest professionals, where despite the explosion in sanctions, the number and value of fines fell by around a third between 2021 and 2023. I'm against that culture of impunity. We must put time on it. A Labour government led by Keir Starmer, former international human rights lawyer and director of the Crown Prosecution Services, will enforce the rule of law. And this must be a systemic approach, joining up the dots between the foreign and the domestic, and demonstrating what a government of team players working across departments with my colleague Rachel Reeves and Yvette Cooper can achieve. We will start internationally by hosting a summit of allies and international financial centres to launch a sustained initiative to tackle dirty money, driving a powerful agenda of tackling corruption and money laundering. This will start by taking coordinated action against enablers and kleptocrats in partnership with the private sector, and striving to close down the architecture managed by financial centres that facilitates enablers and kleptocrats. We will use this moment to push for concrete steps internationally, creating best practice for regulation and supervision on anti-money laundering, and on the corporate transparency and trust. In today's world, almost all public policy problems are data problems, and that is why we will seek to establish a live stream global data exchange of beneficial ownership of corporate structures, including trusts, and trust-like arrangements to ensure frictionless investigations. Finally, bring in an effective information sharing on dirty money. But that is not all. At such a summit, Labour will seek action plans to coordinate national security strategies and enforcement, along with key regulations and regulators' reporting requirements, to end the regulatory and enforcement asymmetries through which illicit finance tends to creep. And we will use diplomatic leverage to push for the creation of an international anti-corruption court to prosecute the most egregious acts of international corruption that will only be the start of a sustained campaign, taking action where this government would not. And we will work with our global British family, the specific UK overseas territories, which are yet to take the full swathe of actions necessary to develop a clear, time-bound action plan in government, working in partnership with their peoples, their legislatures and governments to bring them all into full compliance with transparency requirements. Some are in compliance, but I'm afraid there are a few that are not. And crucially, we will act domestically, without which there will be no results and no credibility, leading a crackdown on enablers while ensuring the UK sanctions regime across all thematic and country regimes consistently and specifically targets professional enablers. We will launch a new whistleblower reward scheme to incentivise and encourage sources to step forward, and this builds on the success of such policies in the United States. And we will explore appropriate mechanisms to ban professional enablers from entering the United Kingdom, showing that they're not welcome here. But this is not all. With Labour, the loopholes will close. We will move to stop UK trusts from being used for illicit activity by widening registration requirements, part of an action plan to bring in crucially needed fuller transparency around trust ownership of UK property. This will end a discrepancy which has made a mockery of the existing regime. Friends, when I say the overseas territories are family to me, especially those in the Caribbean and England, because if I have the privilege to serve as Foreign Secretary, I will be the first to trace my lineage to Africa through the Atlantic slave trade. Modern Britain, for me, tells a story of progress. A country made great by its courageous campaigns to advance the great cause of progress, hand in hand with armament and those who came before, from one generation to the next. In the past together, we have ended so many historic injustices through the ready, steady march forward on the rule of law. And I believe in this Britain and its ability to right wrongs, to make the world a better place. Tackling corruption at home and abroad will be part of our mission. We will not be put off. We will not look the other way. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah. So I'd say thank you to all of you for the patience, but also I'm very glad that we finally got to hear your speech, so thank you. I'm going to welcome to the stage Duncan and Margaret, who are on the last panel, for some reflections. We will slightly shorten this section, as I know that we're slightly over time, and we have the future. Margaret, I wonder if we could start with you and your reflections, having heard David's speech.
Well, what a fantastic speech, honestly, David. I think I've been working in this arena for over a decade now, and it's the first time that I've seen a really bold, ethical, strong commitment to trying to pull many of the levers that we know need to be pulled if we're to start turning around the problem of illicit finance. So thank you. That's my real reflection. There is a lot of work in that. I think there was nothing I disagreed with. I think probably as a sort of slight outsider, I will always push for transparency to be really open, not just to governments, but to again, what is the NGO sector, to civil society, to journalists and all that, because the real, the real way in which we can try and sort of eradicate dirty money is by ensuring that all arms of society are vigilant. If you think about what's happened over the last decade or so, certainly some people, it's not the governments that have uncovered incidents of dirty money. It's civil society, it's journalists, it's I also I did want to say the whistleblower stuff, as nobody had mentioned that, certainly in the sessions I said, and that again is hugely important in giving whistleblowers the confidence that we will mitigate any impact which has on them. So I don't honestly, I don't know what to say. I agree. That's how they the government and get on with it. That's what I've got. So brilliant. And the other, just to say, I mean, I've heard lots and lots of ministers, and the other, I suppose this would be my final thing. I've worked with lots of Conservative ministers over the past decade or so, and when both Cameron and Osborne were there, I used to, they sort of get it. But the reality is, it's no good doing the words. You've got to translate the words into an action. And that determination to act both regionally, nationally, and globally is so refreshing. So thank you very much.
I think someone.
That's Carys, and thank you, David. Some people might wonder why a man who's about to become Britain's Foreign Secretary is dedicating a speech this afternoon to a subject which is largely involves solutions in terms of regulation of our own financial centre. And it's because corruption is tied up in so many critical issues for Britain and the world, whether that's prosperity, peace, the environment, and you can see that David gets it, and he's not going to be able to realise his ambitions for our role in the world unless we confront the role that corruption has, and indeed, as he pointed out, how it cuts away our credibility as a country on the world stage. And I know when I speak to our partners in the Global Transparency International Movement, that I get the very kind of challenges that he was reporting back from Ukraine and the DC and Africa, from my colleagues in civil society. Tackling these issues, addressing the role of Britain's financial sectors, whether they're onshore or offshore, it is very much their concern in terms of the credibility, the integrity of what we have to say on these issues. Certainly also welcome the work on that's unfinished business, I think Margaret would say, from the recent legislation on transparency of trusts. Really important, otherwise a lot of work has gone into legislation with quite a big backdoor that enablers are already pointing people to. And this suggestion of a summit of financial centres, that is creative and not something that we've seen before. And it takes that, the word I wrote down was leadership. They talk about taking responsibility to uphold standards, and I think yes, we have a responsibility, but so does every outside financial sector for their impact that they have on the rest of the world. And if we, in taking responsibility ourselves, could do some convening to drive standards internationally, that would be very welcome. Very ambitious too. In terms of, I think you clarified the point to Margaret on the level of your ambition for the overseas territories and recognising the value of public registers, something that we used to have across Europe. It was only when we had a public register in the UK that it became clear quite how inadequate it was as a gatekeeper, as a way of ensuring that people actually knew who they were doing business with. And so I'm glad to hear that. I think the concern that we have seen in our experience of governments of all colours in the past, pretty hard job. At the end of the day, governments have taken expedient decisions. Whether that was 25 years ago at Penrose Dam, or 15 years ago at Yamamar, or more recently we had a company plead guilty to corrupt payments under a contract agreement with the Saudi Arabian National Guard Communications. And individuals being prosecuted in Southern Crown Court this year ran a defence that they couldn't possibly be prosecuted for this because the MOD knew all about it. They knew full well what was going on. So my challenge to you and to your colleagues, you mentioned Yvette and Rachel, is to ensure that we have a whole of government response to this. So there isn't one part of the Whitehall machinery which acts as a block against what each of you are trying to do.
Look, let me say that at the beginning of the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, we did attempt to place a little attention on this. And of course, going back to when Margaret was chair of the Public Accounts Committee particularly, it was the first major spotlight on this issue. And I suppose I wanted to do this speech because I wanted to make clear that Labour have not departed from this important territory. If you care about development, particularly, and our party has a good record, I think, particularly in Africa, then you've got to care about the fact that war is leaving that continent as a result of corruption
that our enablers are facilitating than actually money going in. And in a time of shared resources, it's our responsibility to get on top of that. I wanted to stress particularly the role of enablers, because I do think that we can action that going forward quite quickly. I wanted to emphasise that I want to work with overseas territories together. This isn't sort of being done and do, it's working alongside, and the convening potential, I think, if we are successful in the next election, is hugely important for the opportunity to convene and make that happen. And I also don't want to pretend that this is easy. There will be resistance. There are blockers in the system. If it were easy, maybe some of it would have happened. But I will never forget sitting in Washington, DC, about 5 years ago, and senators raising with me the investigation they had done to Russian influence in UK society. And I do think it's shameful that our own investigation is effectively blocked from being properly published. It's unfinished business, and is where to get to a place where the public is less cynical about politics. It is important that we take this agenda forward. And Margaret, I accept your point about transparency, particularly for civil society and third society to be able to really put a spotlight on these issues and challenge governments and challenge individuals, not to suggest that anyone supporting, for example, political parties is up to no good, but it is to say that it's important that people could see what is happening.
I just want to come back on a couple of issues. It's very easy, well, both David and I have been ministers in the past, so we know what it's like. And I think particularly in this territory, what has happened in the past, and I think recently in relation to Russian state assets and the shared ambition that they should not only freeze but seize those and repurpose them for the reconstruction in Ukraine. There are some people who have particularly big power in the financial services sector and override others. And I think it's really important when you get into government that you talk to, left academics, that you talk a little bit, certainly talk to the NGO sector, with whom I've worked really, really closely, because there's a different perspective. I mean, my understanding was that the reason we haven't gone further on CESIA is that some people in the financial services sector believe that that would be detrimental to their interests. And I say all the time, we don't get rich on dead money. And the only other thing I want to say that we had in the discussion before, it's not just the overseas territories, it is also the crown dependencies, who also play a role, because particularly, and we've seen that particularly in the ownership of properties by overseas companies. The crown dependencies have a bigger role in that than the overseas territories, and although they're not in your, they ought to be together with you, they should be there. And the final thing I would say is that we do want to work collaboratively, but David, we've been trying to work, well, I think it's true to say, the government's been trying to work collaboratively since Unity and I brought that legislation in 6 years ago, and at some point we're going to call time on giving them time.
David, I have one more question before we close, which is just one thing that came through in one of our earlier panels, was that it's not just about new policies, new institutions, it's also about enforcing what we currently have as powers. And that is quite hard for us, it's always new and shiny. How would you maintain a focus on this over the course of the next 12 months or indeed?
Well, they're currently being shamed, particularly on the sanction regime, because it's becoming patently clear, month by month, year by year, that the United States and our friends in Europe are doing far, far better than we are. That we have a positioning, particularly that's forward-leaning on Ukraine and our support for Ukraine, and it's being consistently undermined. And so I do think a Labour government has to review the enforcement mechanism particularly. It is not working sufficiently. The number of fines, the number of the amount of money, clear pales into insignificance when you look at the scale of the problem. And we have to crack that problem as a #1 issue if we win. It's not going to happen, it's not a day one fix, because it takes proper intensive review as to why. And I got the sense of just Ratchbox yesterday when I was pushing Andrew Mitchell on it, that ministers are asking questions, but somehow the system is just not producing the results. So there's some sort of systemic block that we're going to have to uncrack. I don't know if Margaret knows what that is, or if Duncan knows what that is, but we're going to have to crack it.
Well, the government does have an economic crime strategy board, which is a multi-sectoral approach, you know, public and private. One thing that surprises me is given how much research tells us that when we look at economic crime, there is an international nexus, that actually the Foreign Problem for Development Office is not part of that whole government response. And perhaps if it was, there would be a direct mechanism for you and your officials, once taking office, to be challenging the system on these questions, but rather than be in a predicament described the Deputy Foreign Secretary would be.
Perfect. We have run over time, so I'm going to bring us to a close. Before we close, I just want to thank everybody who's been a part today. Well, indeed, everyone's still here actually who's been a part of today. It's been a really rich set of discussions, whether that was from thinking about the hard graft that will need to go into further progress on this agenda. Good progress has been made already, but there is so much more to do to ensure that we can become the anti-corruption capital of the world, which is the name of our conference. Really rich discussion about the overseas territories and ground dependencies, and what can be done there, and different views on approaches of how we get there. And then finally, fantastic to hear from David on the commitment that he would bring to government if elected, and it leaves me being quite hopeful about the future of this agenda. Now, at IPPR, we are currently seeing what we can do that's most useful in this field. We know there's a huge amount of expertise in the room, and so we're really keen to speak with you. Please seek out my colleague Path, who you've seen at various points throughout the day, because we'd love to talk to you about it and make sure that we're doing very impactful work in the space that supports a progressive, ambitious government on this agenda. But for now, we have some drinks downstairs, so do please join us. And please join me in thanking so many people, IPPR staff, and Charles Davidson, who I mentioned at the beginning of the day, who has made all of this event possible, to all of our speakers, and particularly to David, and to Margaret, and to Duncan for this final panel. Thank you.
So,